All right. It takes a few minutes here as it starts to populate, but we are now officially live with Kevin and Jamie from C3 and Yeti SnowMX. So, and bear with me tonight, guys, as you're watching this, as I'm getting over some crud from, I caught what I like to call the California bug. When you go to California on an airplane, you get sick.
White bug.
California, as we call it.
Well, at least that's all you got. That's a bonus.
That's true. Yeah. But yeah, it looks like, shoot, we're getting a whole bunch of people that are jumping on. It's going live. We got a shiz ton of folks, so that's awesome. Hell yeah.
That's cool,
guys. So as you guys are joining here, let us know where you're from, and if you do ride snow bikes. Oh, there's Cass. Let us know where you guys are from and what you ride, and that way we can all see it. So thanks for joining us this evening, guys. Like I said, bear with me. I'm getting over this cold, so I'm going to be hacking and blowing my nose and stuff. So I'll try to mute as much as possible. Dude, we got a whole bunch of people joining.
That is cool. It's cool to see all the names.
You guys can see it. Yeah, you can see him, right?
Yeah, Chad Bailey, Utah KX 450. Awesome. I think we've ridden a few KXs.
Some people have.
Yeah. After 10 years, you've ridden a lot of different bikes. Guys from Calgary, guys from everywhere.
Yeah, Jared's the big KX guy.
BRC
and Kyle,
500.
and Kyle.
And me, I like the K. Here's what I like about the KX. First of all, it holds a special place in my heart because it's the first snow bike I had, a kickstart KX, and it was 2016, and it was super easy to start. But I have 450 hours on it. I put one piston in there. I've done one valve adjustment, and it still freaking runs like a top, man.
That's pretty sweet. Yeah, you can't go wrong with that when you get that kind of mileage.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Okay, so we got a lot of people from Canada. Man, we got people from all over. Holy shit.
Got a couple of BRC 500s rolling through there. One on a mountain.
Yeah.
On the Yeti. That's cool. We could talk about Riley later. We've been out with Riley.
Yeah, Riley was on last week, right? Was that last week?
Yeah. I think, it was last week.
Yeah, it was.
I can't keep them straight here.
Oh, there's Braden.
Oh yeah, Braden. I work with Braden. Good to see you. Yeah.
Who's Braden? One of your guys' locals?
Yeah, Braden works. He's just getting his snow bike in this year, but he's ridden with me 3 winters already. And guy came from like the backcountry, young guy out of university, design guy. I work with him at Milleron at the other thing I do all the time. And I just love snow biking. So he's coming on. He's going to start his own YouTube channel this winter. And we're excited about that too.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to get into one of our other topics. Like we're going to build the ultimate snowmobile sledding snow bike truck this winter. That's coming.
Ooh, I like that. That sounds badass.
Really cool projects coming. Yeah.
Sweet.
Gary Kessler.
Yeah.
Bike buying.
So guys,
Ashley's in Las Vegas.
So guys, as everybody's joining, do this right now, okay? Go type in snowbikeNation.com. Go to the top there. Either you can do it in 2 ways. Go enter your name, email, and phone number either at the top where it's like you'll see it, or the pop-up screen. And if you're doing this from your phone and the pop-up screen doesn't show up, which it should, you can scroll to the very bottom of my website and enter your name. So do that, because that's how we're going to do the giveaway. So make sure snowbikeNation.com, get that done. And then we'll also talk about that as we go through. And then we're also going to give away stuff. Jamie and Kevin have some trivia for you guys. So we'll ask some questions, and then we'll get some answers, from you guys. And based off of answers, we're going to do some giveaways as well. So here's the website, guys. If you're on your desktop, you can do it right here. Or you can enter it on the pop-up, or at the very bottom for the newsletter there, you can do that. So and you can check out our Instagram, and there's our latest post right there with the C3 and Yeti boys.
Nice.
Yep. It's going to be a freaking banger of a season, man. I'm pumped.
Yeah, we got tomorrow it starts raining here for the next, it looks like 8 days and cold weather and lots of rain. So hopefully we're riding in a week.
Snow in the mountains.
Yeah. At least
Hell yeah.
testing. Yeah. Well,
So last year, November 7th, I think it was, me and JP, who works for me, we went out and we got into about 4 feet of powder out here in Montana. We did some road riding. It was a little sketch on the road ride in, and then we got back there and it was like 4 feet of bottomless pow. So we stuck to the road. I went off a couple times and regretted it pretty quickly, but it was still fun.
Yeah, those early rides.
It's always fun.
Yeah, early rides can be a surprise. Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. And then guys, for everybody watching, I'm going to be headed down to Idaho Falls here to visit Climb headquarters and then on Friday. And then our plan is to go to the St. Anthony Sand Dunes on Saturday. So if anybody's down there in the area and wants to meet up and come ride, we're going to have the BRC 500 out there. We're going to go rip on the sand dunes and just have some fun before the snow fly. So that'll be a lot of fun.
That sounds fun. Yeah.
Yeah. The sand dunes are awesome. Those are fun dunes to ride. Really fun.
Have you guys done it before?
Yeah, I've been there a few times. Yeah, over the years. Like we're talking back in the late 90s when I was riding a KTM 300, going to the sand dunes, trying things out. I think we had a Polaris Scrambler 400 quad. That's how old I'm getting. It was fun though. Nice times back then.
Yeah, I've never been to sand dunes and ridden, so I'm pumped.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, me neither. So one day, maybe Dean.
You haven't either, Kevin?
Maybe he'll take me one time.
Yeah.
We should plan a trip next year, dude. That'd be fun.
Well, we are sort of planning a trip this winter. Hopefully, here once we get this truck finished, we're gonna do a little loop of the U.S. and kind of ride with all our favorite guys and customers and stuff like that.
There's been a lot of guys we've talked to on the phone for hours, literally, and never ridden with them, just phone, never seen them in person. You know, we've talked to Toby hundreds of times over the years, and you know, Toby in Colorado there in Denver, he's a good guy, great guy.
Yeah.
So it's just fun, eh?
That's awesome, dude. Yeah, and I'm pumped to meet up with you guys and ride. Yeah, dude, it's gonna be such a fun. Like this is, you know, I've been riding now. I started in 2017. You guys started. When did you guys start riding again? 2015. 14?
I started in 13. Jamie in 11.
Yeah, and snow.
Yeah.
So
snowbikes.
So the funny story is for me is we were always sledders, and Kevin, you know, was a sledder too, building carbon parts for sleds, and I had a customer of mine, Mike Bonham, came to the dealership. I was running a car dealership, and he says, "Hey, you got to try this snowbike thing." And I was like, I looked at it, and went, no, that's, you know, I like big power, 3 cylinders. And I was like, no, I don't think so. And he came back and he bought it from Cycworks and back in Edmonton. And that's when, you know, the timber sled came out, and it's one of the first ones. And he brought it again. He's like, no, you got to try. It's like, no, I need more power than that. I think I need more power than that. Right. He finally brought it to my house and he put it in my driveway and unloaded it. He didn't even ask this time. Right. And I'm like, he's pretty serious. He wants me to ride this thing. So I did. I rode it, and that was the first experience. I rode a kit. It was, I think it was on a 570 Husaberg. You know, had the skinny timber sled front ski on it, the original ski. Or sorry, what wasn't there? That was a Simmons ski. And I had a great time on it. It was fun. I just like, wow, this is cool. So that was kind of the first crack for me at it. And it was spring. Of course, you know, it wouldn't be like epic powder or anything. I went in March, and the first 2 miles were gravel, and there was just a skiff of snow, and my arms, I hit the ground so many times. And I was like, this better be good. And by the time I got to the snow, man, I was bagged. Like I was covered in dirt and gravel.
Oh yeah.
And my arms were on fire. I'm not a big guy. And I finally just stopped there and caught my breath for a little while. And then after that, it got awesome. Right. And I didn't want to come back down because I knew what the end was going to be like, but that's how that started for me anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what year was that?
That'd have been like,
it has to be 2011.
11. Yeah. 11.
Because then you rode all the 12 years, the year you rode all year.
Yeah. It would have been 11. It would have been the spring of 11. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude. So that was like the first timber sled.
For me, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And that was the first year that Alan released the timber sled in 2011.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
gee.
cool.
So yeah, I mean, so you guys have been pretty much riding since the beginning as well.
Just about.
Yeah.
I tried, but so Jamie's got one more story on how we actually met, I guess, and then from there then we can start on the Yeti journey.
Yeah. So and reaching out to Toby. Good to see you, Toby.
Yeah.
We're gonna see you
Yeah,
soon.
Toby's on there.
Yeah. But so we did that ride and it was fun. And then my brother was backs up a little bit, but he was into sledding quite a bit, and he reached out to Kevin and said, "Hey, we really like our sleds. We're tired of mod sleds. Could you build us a carbon fiber chassis?" That's really the journey where that started.
But for the snowmobile.
Yeah, sleds.
But the whole reason started is because of the titanium timber sled.
Oh yeah, so I'm gonna drop a bomb on Alan a little bit, but anyways, it was fun. It's a fun bomb. But anyways, so what happened is after I rode the timber sled, and I was like, "This is badass. I love this thing." And of course, we come from race car land, and whatever it costs, let's get it. Like, we just want it as light as possible. Because again, we're not big guy. I'm not anyways. I don't like to lift stuff. And I think I really got tired of snowmobiling because I lifted and we had cool sleds. We could go anywhere, but then getting stuck and lifting out, it was wearing me down. So what happened was, after we rode it, I was hooked on the timber sled. I was like, I'm going to phone these guys and say, I want a timber sled. Can you make me one out of titanium? Right. And so they're like, no, we made some. They're like, but no, we don't make those anymore. But
now you'd had one or didn't?
Oh, I'll get to that. Yeah. So what was funny was they said we made them out of titanium and we're not making any more because it's too much work. And after, Kevin and I've been on the titanium journey now. I mean, it is hard to weld. It's very fussy. You got to weld it in a chamber or really flood it with gas and in non-oxygen environment. And so they weren't going to make any more. I was like, dude, I said, it's Alberta. Like, at this time, Alberta is still pretty much on fire. Guys won't care what it costs. They just want it better, right? Lighter. And they weren't going to. I respect that. And then I found Alan's brother had one online somewhere, and I bought it. I bought the titanium timber
Alan's
sled.
brother?
Yeah. He was selling his kit that he rode for winter, right? And I was like, oh, man, I'm getting one of these things. Like, I'm in. I love this. So I got that kit. I can't remember. It was a good deal. It made me a deal on it. Appreciate that. And so I got that kit, put it on a 570 Husaberg. And then I phoned a guy. I phoned Thumper Racing. He made a 660 kit for the 570. So we bought that. Of course, we got to, go. We're all in if we're going, right? And so we put that on the titanium timber sled. And that was the first bike I put together. That thing ripped pretty good for 2012 or whatever that was. Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
And then we get to the point where they wouldn't build anymore.
Yeah, they weren't going to make any more.
Find a solution.
Now I had to meet Kevin. I was like, how are we going to get lighter stuff? We still got to be lighter. Can we do something?
I think that's a good segue in to kind of getting things kicked off. So everyone who's joining, obviously, who these guys are. Real quick, now that we got a lot more people on. So just going to tell you again, guys, to enter the giveaway for the C3 stuff and a really special, amazing Yeti gift, which we'll tell you guys about that here in a minute. So go to snowbikeNation.com, put your info in here. I'll pull it up on the screen again. Put your info on there, and here we go. So right here, go to the top, name. By the way, if you are part of the Snowbike Nation crew, my buddies, sorry, you can't win. My buddies get to ride all my stuff, so they kind of get it good. So go to the bottom of snowbikeNation.com. You can enter your name, phone number, email there, or do it at the top as well, guys, or on the pop-up when it pops up. So do that, and then we'll be able to choose you guys for the drawings that we're going to give away. We're going to be doing drawings throughout the interview here, and then we're going to do a couple real big drawings in the middle, and then we're going to do a massive Yeti drawing here at the end. Kevin, Jamie, do you guys should we announce what those are going to be real quick? Should we do it?
We should save that very last one till like maybe halfway through or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, do we want to talk about the other ones then?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna give away a bunch of Yeti swag, guys, and then we're gonna give away 2 $500 gift cards for C3 products, and then a $1,000 gift card, one $1,000 gift card for C3 products. And then at the very end, and we'll talk about this. Maybe once we announce the $1,000 giveaway, then we'll announce the Yeti, giveaway. Yeah. And so we're going to do a real massive giveaway for Yeti Snowbike stuff. So stay tuned. This is going to be the biggest giveaway for sure, hands down, that we've done on here. So I'm really pumped and grateful for Kevin and Jamie for doing this. And they wanted to go big. And so here we go. We're going to go big. So guys,
why not?
We're going big. That's how you guys roll, right? That's how we all roll. I think snowbikers, I think that's the snowbike mentality. It's like go big or go home. I always tell everybody in business, and I think this goes kind of to some degree snowbiking, like no plan B, though I do have to have a plan B when I go snowbiking if something happens, but no plan B, just go all in.
Nice.
Hell yeah. So, all right. So guys, we are here with Jamie and Kevin from C3 Powersports, and now the owners again of Yeti SnowMX, which a lot of you probably know, but if you don't, you're going to find out. These guys are the founders of Yeti SnowMX. So I'm super excited to, not only be talking with them again, and I've been talking to these guys for years now, but I'm really excited that this company is back in the hands of snowbikers. So I want to tell you guys real quick my story, because we didn't even really talk about this, Jamie and Kevin. So I want to tell you guys why Yeti holds like such a soft spot in my heart. And, in 2017, when I started Snowbike Nation, and I was just, doing content and just trying to just get after it, because I love snowbiking as much as I could. I still hadn't started doing the tours. And so in 2020 was when I went all in and was like, all right, I'm going all into this business. I'm going to start doing the tours. And, oh my gosh, what's his name from Yeti? I'm totally drawing a blank. He was one of the first, he wasn't the sales guy. He was kind of in charge of all the athletes and stuff. You probably know who he is.
Brad Ewan?
No, not Brad. It's a different kind of, not weird name, but a French
when
name.
you worked for us, was it when you worked for us or no?
No, this was 2020 when he was working at Yeti.
Like
Bruce,
Martin.
Would it be Bruce?
I don't know.
Martin Lukenbein.
Martin.
There you go. Yeah.
Martin. Okay, so Martin reaches out to me on, I think, Instagram, and he's like, hey, dude, what are you doing? You just are pumping out snowbike content. What exactly do you got going on? So Matt, there you go. Yeah, Matt Cox help me out. So I reached out to Martin, and anyhow, I was telling him what I was doing, and we were starting doing the tours, and we worked out a relationship and a really cool partnership. He saw the vision. Martin wasn't a snowbiker, but he saw the vision, and he was awesome to work with. I mean, he was such a cool guy. And so that first season, we got 2 kits, in the fleet through Yeti, and this really cool partnership that we worked out. And so Yeti was the first one to really reach out to me and to kind of partner up as, showcasing, the snowbikes, Yeti snowbikes. And so we got those first kits, and I had never ridden a Yeti kit up to that point. I'd only ridden the timber sled kits. So I was really excited to ride one, because I knew these are super lightweight. The belt drive, just everything about it, I was really pumped about. And they just look they look sexy, right? The Yeti Snowbike. You guys got one there in the background, just the carbon fiber, shiny. They just, they're so shiny. And just everyone who sees them is it looks like a Formula One race car or something, you just see that and that is legit. So, and my favorite color, black and red. So they sent me the red rails, and it was just badass, which, I still have these. And so I got those kits, and I put them on a Cowie, a KX450, and then I put it on, and then Shannon Mason, Aussie snowbiker, Summit Snowbikes up there in Canada. By the way, guys, check out Summit Snowbikes if you're in Canada and you want to go and rent some kick-ass bikes from a really cool guy. And Matt Cox and Shannon, I know they do some of that stuff together up there. But anyhow, I had one of Shannon's bikes. It was a Yamaha YZ 450 FX, and we put the Yeti 129 kit on it. And this was not with the new track yet. And oh my gosh, dude, it was, I was blown away at how fast it spooled up and how quick I got on top of the snow and how light it was, right? Because it was just, I mean, I don't know, 15, 20 pounds lighter than every other kit out there. And so I had one on my KX 450. And now granted, I'm coming from a 120 timber sled, you know, it was a 2016 timber sled. So I was definitely like, it was like light years ahead of that at that point. And I remember climbing up this really steep hill, and I just cracked the throttle and just lifted the front ski up, and I just wheelied up this hill, and I got to the top. This is on a 137, by the way. And I got to the top. It was just like, holy shit, man, this is a freaking animal. And at that point forward, I mean, it was just like, it's uncontested in terms of just the feel of a Yeti snow bike kit. They all have, that's what I love about all the different kits, is they all have their own like unique feel and their own just unique, you know, intricacies that I really like. When people are like, oh, what kit, you know? And I'm like, well, it kind of depends on my mood. And obviously I get to ride a lot of kits. So I know most people on here don't have, you know, 6 different kits at their disposal. And so for me, it's kind of like, it depends on my mood. It depends on the snow conditions. But the cool thing that I've always appreciated about putting people on the Yeti kits, especially because the way I was able to set them up to be a little bit lower, was I could get a lot of people on them that weren't necessarily, you know, if they were like 5'8" to like 5'5", they could get on that kit and feel very comfortable. And because it just was so light, that also helped, especially newbies when they were getting into it, you know, because I mean, every pound makes a difference. And so when you're lifting that bike up and having to maneuver the bike 15 to 20 pounds lighter really, really helps. So that was my first foray into riding Yeti, and that was 2020. And then I got the new one in 2021. That was the new track and the new spindle that you guys came out with. And so yeah, I've been rocking the 2 of the new ones and 1 of the old ones still to this day. So, and that was, Jamie and Kevin were not involved. I mean, you guys were out of Yeti at that point doing the C3 thing. So, you know, shout out to Martin. I don't know, he's probably not watching, but such a cool guy. And and then he left, and my experience wasn't necessarily like the best after that point. But so when Kevin and Jamie, when I found out they were getting it, I was like, yes, here we go. We got the OGs back in it.
We hope so. We hope that's where we're heading. It's going to change for sure. And you know, Camso did a lot of good things. They had a lot of good people there, but we feel they weren't hardcore riders. They didn't have the passion. So that's where we plan to, you know, pick up where we left.
You know who did though was Guillaume.
Well,
and
Guillaume,
and him and I had so many conversations, and it was funny because, you know, his French accent, sometimes I'd be like, say that again, Guillaume. I don't know what you just told me, you know. He'd have to break it down, but he is definitely passionate.
There's some good dudes there for sure.
So let's get into you guys then. So go ahead and let's back up a lot here. Well, should we do a Yeti giveaway real quick while we're getting into it before?
Yeah, we're ready. We're always ready.
Okay. Let's do, should we start off with a quiz, or should I just pick someone? What do you want?
I don't know. Let's get the Keener. Let's get the first guy that signed up. Let's get him on there.
Oh, that's a good idea. Let me scroll all the way to the top here.
From the beginning.
Brandon Rogers. Here, let's show him. He was on here at like 6:30. So Brandon, are you still on? Brandon, by the way, if you're on here, just send me a DM, and then that way we'll have all your info. So send me your full name, your address, and then that way we can make sure to get you the gear. So Brandon Rogers, you won, and make sure to message us. So that was a good way to kick it off. All right. I saw someone else. Yannick. Oh yeah, Yannick rides too. He said thumbs awesome.
Yannick.
We just got a big order of parts from Yannick.
Yannick's today. Ready to go racing. He's gearing up, man. He bought half the store today.
Yeah.
We got Graham. Graham's on here as well. Hell yeah, dude.
Nice.
Yeah.
We got all the guys. All right, Brandon. I see that you said you're still on.
So earlier. Yeah. Kurt Sorgi was on there earlier. Jeremy's on, I think, every week. Every time you do one of these, Jeremy's on there.
Jeremy Selg. Yeah.
And Gary from the Yukon. So that's one place we got to go. We got to go up to the Yukon and ride the guys from Yukon Yamaha. I mean, they were great following. We've worked with them for years. Good guys, just passionate guys.
Oh, look.
So
Air Force Velocity.
Air Force. My brother's on there. Welcome, brother Ryan.
Yeah. Here we go. We got freaking bro.
Bro is on.
He can't win anything either.
Yeah, he's out.
You don't get a win, right? So, by the way, for everybody who's joining too, go check out Air Force Velocity. So they make some crazy ass air intakes for snow bikes, and they made the crazy ass carbon fiber $100,000 snow bike.
Titanium,
and
carbon.
Yeah, we could talk about that later too.
Oh man,
it is light. I'll give you that. It's light. If you talk about light, that's light.
Dude, I gotta ride that. Like, I just need to fly in, even if it's just like a couple days to ride that thing, dude.
Well, I'll tell you, you just be ready, because I've had guys ride it, go, they come up and they're like, that's silly. Like, no one should ever do that. And I get that it's a lot of one-off parts. And then after they're done, they're like, I don't know. Like, I shouldn't ride that anymore because I'm going to justify it really soon.
That's what I tell everyone when they come on their first ride. I go, today's going to be the cheapest day of your snow bike career, because after today, one of two things happen. You're either like, well, I'm buying a snow bike, or two, you're like, well, I'm coming back every year and I'm going to ride for more days. And it happens every time.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So true.
As you guys know. So, all right. So let's get into then Jamie and Kevin. So first of all, Jamie and Kevin, a little bit of backstory, and, maybe you guys can just bounce between each other, but where are you guys from? Like, where did you guys grow up?
You started off.
Yeah, I grew up north in Dawson Creek, and then kind of lived everywhere around the world before I settled in Sicamous. Spent 10 years there. Started on the carbon fiber snowmobile stuff and the belt drive for snowmobiles. And then we moved to Salmon Arm, 15 minutes away, just to be closer to schools and more amenities. And I kept doing, at that point, I was, full on the belt drives and everything C3. I started the brand C3 Powersports in 2009, I believe, I guess. I was full on this, and I'd met Jamie a few times. I built a couple carbon fiber parts for his race.
So you started C3 Powersports in 2009. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct. So I started that first we built some carbon fiber snowmobiles. It was my first big customer that we did a full build for was Jamie's brother, Jeff. And we built him this crazy Arctic Cat M1, all carbon fiber. He put, what was that, a 1200 Cutler in it? 1400 Cutler with a turbo on it, in it.
Was anybody else doing carbon fiber sleds then, like that?
Yeah, there was a couple people. There's a guy up in Revelstoke. I'm not sure if anyone in the US, but there was the odd guy building, custom sleds. A guy in Revelstoke did the Rev chassis, the first kind of Rev chassis there. And Craig Madden, I think, was that guy's name. So kind of I got into it, started with that Arctic Cat, only built a few of those. And then Jeff, he's like, okay, this is crazy. He'd go riding with his friends. No one could keep up. Yeah. He was like straight over anything he wanted to go up. So he's like, okay, we all got to get the exact same sled. So they all got XPs, and they're like, okay, we need a chassis for this. So I built the first chassis for them, and ended up building, I think, like 46 of the XP carbon fiber chassis.
Yeah.
46.
Yeah. 46 in the end over, I think, about 2014. I built the last one just after Jamie and I decided to do Yeti. I'd already taken orders. I think I built 11 or 12 that last year, but I think over 4 years.
All right, well, let's back up a lot of steps, because you just kind of glazed over everything. So you grew up.
Everyone can record this and they just keep watching it.
Yeah. So you did you grow up riding sleds then, I take it?
I didn't grow up riding sleds too much. My dad had a Yamaha dealership up in Dawson Creek where I lived. So I rode, a handful of times, and we rode them around the fields, and I went to the mountains, I think, like twice with them. And, you know, it was back on the day, like a 250 Bravo we'd have out there, and the thing would go anywhere. It was slow, but it would stay on top of the snow. It was so light and it would go everywhere. So that was pretty cool. And then I didn't do anything with sleds until I was living in Kelowna. Had a buddy that was right into sledding. He took me once up to Revelstoke, or not Revelstoke. We went to Eagles Pass and got into the first bowl there after the waterfall. And it's like, you know, 800 acres of this huge bowl. It was like Disneyland. It was the best thing ever. Sunny day, 4 feet of fresh powder. I just couldn't believe it. After that, it was like, I'm never going to stop doing this ever in my life. And, and the biggest thing with sleds, as I got into it, started riding sleds, is I'd see in my head, I wanted to do all this stuff and I couldn't do it. And sometimes by the end of the year, after enough rides, I'd be close enough to be starting to be able to do some of the stuff I wanted to, you know, and then the year would be over and I'd start all over again next year. Right.
But did you ride moto then?
I rode moto as a kid. So I was like 16, raced every weekend, all summer long and stuff. And, but then didn't ride moto much till, you know, once we moved to Sicamous and, had kids, kind of got them into riding, rode a little bit with them, but, I don't really like dirt at all. I find I get hurt all the time on dirt.
Dirt hurts, man. I'm out of dirt. Like, just say no.
Yeah.
Dirt hurts.
I don't have a no filter, so I just like I keep her pinned.
You guys you just gave me my new Snowbike shirt that we're gonna make. It's gonna show Snowbiker, and then it's gonna show Dirt Hurts with an X.
Dirt hurts.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't like to pick myself up off the ground, especially the dirt.
Yeah. So,
I do love dirt biking though, but yes, snow biking there's nothing like it. So you weren't so you rode moto, but then you started riding sleds, and what made you then get into like building full on custom carbon fiber sleds? Like, what's your background there?
I bought a company that was building fiberglass parts. I kind of learned the whole process and stuff like that. And we were into sledding. So we thought, well, you know, what's the next thing we can do is we can build a light sled, and just decided to do it. Ripped apart a Arctic Cat that I had and built molds and started building parts off that, and that's where it all started, you know. And then that's where Jamie's brother came in, bought the first one. I had an ad about this big in a Snow Tech magazine. You could hardly even see it. He's like one of the only calls I ever got out of that ad. And it was like,
well, what did it say?
It was like a green ad that showed it just showed the composites that we use. And it had a picture of our Arctic Cat composite chassis. And it was just like, you know, hey, we got a carbon fiber chassis. I don't know, something like that. I'm sure I got the ad saved somewhere, but, we got the one call as him and all his Jamie's brother they're driving out to go sledding, and on the way driving out, he's like, finds this ad, flipping through the book, phones me from somewhere, you know, up in Valemont or McBride or somewhere up there, and is like, hey, I need one of these. When can I have it? It's like, oh, sure, 4 weeks.
Awesome.
The ad worked. Hey.
Yeah. That one ad led to all this and Yeti and where we are today.
Isn't it funny how, and I can't even tell you how many I'm sure you guys have numerous stories, but it's crazy how just like one little thing. And for me, it's been like people that I've met, you know, through snow biking or, you know, just in this industry, one little thing like that, man, all of a sudden just like changes the game. And it's why I always tell people, they're like, well, how do you get into this? How do you do that? And I go, just start and keep moving forward and like, don't stop, because it's usually the unexpected thing will come your way where you're like, wow, that never would have happened if I hadn't been in this spot. So, I mean, that goes for everything in life. So I love to hear like stories like that, because that's how it usually works, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, good point.
So Jamie's brother sees this ad, and so now what happens? So he calls you up.
Yeah, calls me up, gets me on the program. We build them this crazy sled. And
what's the program? Hold on, what's the program?
Well, the program is, you know, everything is light and is, you know, as expensive as exotic. No one else has a program for this Arctic Cat. So we built the sled. You know, he shipped us the motor, he shipped us the suspension, I don't know. He bought the lightest, best suspension. I can't remember what it was. I think it might have been a timber sled with some new shock in it or something. And yeah, he just
a timber sled, the sled timber sled.
Yeah,
like
actually, I think it actually was. Yeah, it just gets us all the parts. We build it to him, deliver it. Him and I kind of became friends. Every time we go to the snow show up in Edmonton, I'd go to his house. There'd always be a UFC party that night, and he had a big shop, nice shop with pool table and bar and everything in it. And we'd have UFC parties there. So I got to know him kind of fairly well over a few years. And then again, the next year we went into building these XPs. So I met a few more of his friends, and they became friends and customers, and from there it evolved to I built a couple.
What's the time period? Like what years is
this? So that was like 2009 was the Arctic Cat. Then 2010 was the XPs. Then 10, 11, and then I guess we started. We didn't meet till 13. May of 13. So in person, and when he came to say, hey, can we build something lighter as far as the snow bike? We'll get to the story later of our first attempted ride. But yeah. So anyways, when we started out or whatever, I went through those few years, I built I think for your kind of one desert race car, I built a little intake part and
carbon fiber intake,
and some other kind of little carbon part, just a couple little things. And we talked about a big project of building a bunch of stuff for trucks,
truck fenders and
flares and different
Baja
things.
fenders and like Fiberworks does in California.
But we never started on any of that. But
So Kevin, then was your background, what was your like schooling background in?
Yeah, I'd always kind of worked for myself and been into like building, engineering and things like that. I went to school finally when I was like 30 and got my civil technology, structural technology. Then I went to work for a houseboat company up in Sicamous that built houseboats, shipped them all over North America, lots to like Shasta Lake in California. And so I traveled around quite a bit for that. So I worked for them as an engineer and then a production manager. Just kind of I could figure anything out and build pretty much anything that I put my mind to. So that was the background, got into learning carbon fiber and started out with fiberglass, but the same principles applied to carbon. And then we got into the carbon fiber products and, small products at first, but the sled basically started all that.
Got it. So yeah, I mean, it was really the sled scene that got you into the real like hardcore carbon fiber stuff.
Yeah, 100%.
How do you guys say it in Canada? Composite?
Yeah, composite.
Yeah. That's the other side of
carbon
Canada.
fiber composites. Yeah.
First time I heard that, I go, well, I don't know what you're talking about. They had to tell me. I'm like, oh, composite. Got it. Okay.
Oh, composite.
Yes. Yeah.
Just like the YZ. YZ. Hey, by the way, I wanted to pull up a couple things here. We got just so many guys chiming in about stuff. And so Craig talked about, he left his heated bars on for his C3 stuff for the cool spring and cool wet fall riding. I do the same. I leave them on all year long, man. Like you just turn it off for summer. No big deal. And then you guys, Justin McCabe, he just said that he wanted to give you guys a big shout out. I guess you lent him. KTM.
Yeah. So that was a quick story there. We were at the snowbike races in Revelstoke. And Justin had driven out in his van and he had this cool ultimate van set up that I was like, look at this. We always want everything inside, right? And he drove up from Manitoba and we'd gone back and forth lots online and talked to him on the phone. And he's just diehard, wanted to go racing. And he was a past motocross racer. And this was going to be his thing, snowbike racing. And he gave it a huge effort. And he came out to that race. And I can't remember what happened to his bike. Something happened.
Yeah, blew something up. So he'll say.
Yeah, he can tell us the story. But anyway, so that's what happened. And then you know what? Kevin and I were busy just kind of troubleshooting and helping the guys, the riders at the race. And I was like, hey, just race my bike. I don't take it. Like, go give her. So he did. And he had some fun. And we got to meet him. And, it's how the relationships start, right? Just never know what's next. So
that's
thanks.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's super rad. And Justin, where is he at again?
In Manitoba, I think. somewhere out there.
Yeah.
Okay, up in Canada as well.
Yeah, you betcha.
Another one, maybe we'll save this for later. Any plans for a 3-inch Yeti to handle the rip of a BRC? Maybe we can talk about that one later if you guys want. We'll
sure, yeah.
Put that one in the side. I don't know, Benjamin, are you talking about dedicated single ski? You must be talking about like a dedicated snow bike, I assume.
Purpose built.
I think that's what he's talking about. That is the age-old question. Let's see, Mike. You probably know Mike. He said something about Papa Wheelie.
Mike Horsfield. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's from Sycamoose.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. There's some characters out there in the snow bike world.
Yep, I met Mike a couple years ago through Shannon. Okay, cool. And guys, by the way, I forgot to mention this, if you have any questions, go ahead and post them now, whether they're C3 questions or Yeti questions, or just any question in general about obviously what we're talking about, snow biking here today. Go ahead and post your questions, and then as we're going through, we'll go ahead and I can put them aside and we'll answer them later. And maybe whoever asked the best question, maybe we'll judge it and you'll get something really cool. So, all right. So Jamie or Kevin, you were just getting into you and Jamie meeting. So you built this sled for his brother. Now talk us about you guys meeting and that. Well, actually, before we do that, sorry, Jamie, give us your backstory. I'm jumping ahead there.
Quick story. Okay, quick story. I grew up in Edmonton area, Edmonton, St. Albert, and my dad has always been into racing. He kind of started a speed shop in town, so we grew up at the racetrack and the drag track. So we're always at the races, and he was into nitro funny cars, and he's finished his 50th year. We're just at the NHRA drags this weekend in Vegas. My brother Ryan has driven the nitro funny car now for probably the last 10 years. He's even on the world championship in the nitro nostalgia class down there in California. So that's pretty cool. So kind of grew up around racing, dirt biking, race dirt bikes, lived on acreage so we could come home. My mom shut that down. I used to come home from school every day and go dirt biking, and my grades were failing for some reason. I don't know why, but then dirt biking could only be on Friday nights. And I was really angry about that. And my grades never got better, but anyways, that's another story. So we rode dirt bikes a lot, and so I see some of our friends on the screen there that
Now for you, what kind of dirt biking were you doing? Because I've only ever done enduro. In fact, I just rode a track for the first time in SoCal a couple days last week. So were you doing enduro riding, or was this motocross racing?
Well, we grew up just riding every day, and then one of my friends, Jamie Pernisi and John Webb, those guys were older than I, and they were motocross racing. You should come out motocross racing, and they could drive. I was still 14 or something. And so they picked me up on Sunday mornings, and we went motocross racing. And that's where that started. And then that led into ice racing. I lived on a river in St. Albert. There's a Sturgeon River. And I mean, it could be the most epic thing if you ever wanted to do a series on something. But I mean, there was a group of us that rode studded bike tires and studded quad 250Rs. And we would ride. You could ride from my house for about 50 miles on the river, just dependent. And we go out at night because you don't want to run into anyone. So you had to have, big headlights on. And it was a free for all, 100 nights a year in the winter. And it was funny because we got to meet people and we knew the farmers all the way up the river. So, every so often they'd get out on Friday night and they could just hear you coming for 10 minutes and they'd start gearing up. And later on, we met people who lived on the river and do you ever hear those bikes? And it's it sounds like a thunderstorm coming, and they just get louder because the 2 strokes turned into 4 strokes through that period of time. And I mean, yeah, stuff got loud. So we did dirt bike racing, ice racing. We did some enduro races. That wasn't my favorite thing. And then we got into ice racing. I did 10 years we had a series in Alberta called Endurance Ice Racing, and it's pretty cool. The only place in the world I've heard of it.
Yeah, can you walk through what that, because I've seen, it's insane, dude, the studded tires and stuff. Walk through what the ice racing is, because that's a whole thing.
Ice racing is so fun, and it was probably the most epic dirt biking experience is a high-speed 70, 80, 90 mile an hour sweeper, and the bike is planted. So it kind of starts with the guys go out and we're practicing. You got to wait till, obviously ice is thick enough, and I think we had to have a foot of ice before we pull out the graders, and the guys would go out onto a flat lake. Obviously, lake's flat, duh. And so I know the lakes. That's anyway, it's another story. But anyway,
not all lakes apparently.
And so you take the grader out, and we would plow. The club would plow anywhere from a 6 kilometer to maybe a 20 kilometer road course on the lake. And it would have chicanes and high-speed sweepers and spirals where the track would wind in and it would wind back out. It was the coolest tracks we built because we all wanted to go racing. And you have pit stops. And so we ran a series. It was about 6 races a winter. And January and February, there was one 24-hour race that most people have heard of, the Numb Bum, right? So that's the one. And every other race was 6 hours. And we called it the Alberta Endurance Ice Racing Series, AEIRA. And that was pretty awesome. That's what we did. And but the stud, making your tires, there's a whole art form of that. The guys in Eastern Canada and Minnesota and all those places, they have some really cool ways of prepping the tires. And dirt bike guys run 2 or 3 liners in the tires. And the goal is to make your stuff last. I mean, and I think it's probably the best preparation for the backcountry because you're going to go out and race a bike for 24 hours. So the running joke we always had is, you could sell your dirt bike in the spring and you say hardly ridden, ice race, 1 race. And that one ice race was like 2,000 plus kilometers. And I mean, it was working the tranny, the front of the tranny, the back of the tranny gears.
It was 2,000 kilometers at one, like you didn't stop.
No, wide open. And the track starts out. The hardest thing to imagine is the track starts out just beautiful. It's glass. And I'm telling you, man, after 10 hours, it's got braking bumps and stutter bumps. After 18 hours, it's got grooves going into the corner like a mud track. Like the grooves could be 2-3 feet in the corners, and they're hard as rock, and they are kicking you. And those guys that race the bikes.
How thick is the ice?
Well, it used to be 4 feet thick when we're racing. And it just turns into the most brutal, whipped out. And it's like at some points you're like, it's 2 a.m, you're coming in for a pit stop, and nobody wants to ride the bike. It's like it's 35 below, and you're like, who's going to ride this thing next? Because I am definitely getting off it. And they're like, no, go for another tank, go for another 45 minutes. I don't want to ride it either, And that was kind of the battle. And then you're kind of out there in the zone at like 2 a.m, and the stars are out, and you're kind of in like another dimension. You're riding your bike and you're drifting around corners. You're wondering why you're doing this. You're freezing, but you won't stop because you're a man. Your fingers you can't feel. You're totally. We didn't have heated bars then, and man,
no heated. I can't believe no one came out and developed those, dude.
Yeah, we thought about it a lot for years doing ice racing, a lot. So that's a quick ice racing story. Yeah,
dude, that's and now I'm like pulling up videos of this because now I'm like, that sounds gnarly, man. I can't believe that it's not more like popular in terms of just people watching this. I guess it is in Canada, huh?
It is around the world. The guys in Europe do it. Sweden's had some really cool tires. They developed a Trelleborg tire, but I think the Canadian guys in Quebec really dialed it in. And there was ice racing oval series in Alberta. And then there's a road course.
That's freaking gnarly, dude.
Yeah, that's Sandy Beach. It looks like way back in the day. Yeah. And we've built some great relationships of friendships, guys that love, hardcore riders. And you can touch the bars just about. It's fast, man.
Dude, I bet there were some gnarly crashes.
Yeah, it's you typically slide out or you high side, but you don't high side like motard because the bike doesn't grab and spank you on the high side. It just slides out and usually spin out.
Got it.
So it's pretty good that way. And unfortunately, we had one of our friends did die doing that. And, condolences to him and the family. I mean, he was an expert rider, rode KX 500s, and he was just all by himself in the Numb Bum, and the bike spun around and it cut up way up high in his groin, up near his crotch, and he pretty much bled to death. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Well, so I was just thinking, I really want to try this, but now I'm like, maybe not.
Yeah. So it's got, there's always risk to everything we do. Yeah.
Of course. So you were big into that then. That was like a big. I mean, you loved doing that.
We did it for a while, and I was running a car dealership at the time. We met lots of customers, and we sponsored the in motocross. They have the AMB timing system, And so we sponsored that for the ice race guys, and we sponsored the series every year. And we just built a great group of friends. It was so fun, man. Yeah. There's some
yeah, Mark's talking about the ruts that you were saying. Also, this other guy, Weston, you probably know him. I remember Jamie blowing by me when I was a kid racing on the 250R that had a massive motor in it.
Yeah.
Well, that's a funny one, Weston. So of course, same project that led to really Kevin and I meeting is, we wanted to just keep building motors and making more power. And so someone said the 250R is the best quad. So we got 250Rs. And I'm like, well, how much power could you get? And then you could get the 330 kit and a 340 kit. And then PSI Racing, for all the sled heads that are still on the call here, PSI Performance out of Minnesota, I think he was, or somewhere, Bruce Kalhammer. He had done a 425. He took an Arctic Cat 800 cylinder and he put it on a 250R. So of course we had to have that, that made it a 425. And man, the quad was fast. And then we got into we got the Aaron's chromoly chassis from down the States. And well, what can you have better than a chromoly chassis? I found the titanium chassis. So the guys at Lone Star Racing, they offered a titanium 250R chassis. So we put a titanium chassis on it and this 425 motor in it. And it was unbelievable. Like, that's really just, again, one more step, right?
You helped put that titanium chassis, you said, together?
Yeah, titanium 250R chassis. I still got it at home. It was light.
Well, so now it's like, I guess we're connecting the dots. Kevin's over here with the carbon. You're over here working with titanium. And I mean, look at the Yeti, right? We got titanium and carbon together. So
yeah, exactly.
Merging together. So walk us through now. So you're doing ice racing now. Were you into sledding? Like, when did you get into that, or were you?
Yeah, no, we did sledding a lot. So my first trips to the mountains were in '92, and my friends took me to the mountains. Like, you got to come to the mountains. Like, okay, we'll come to the mountains. It was the days of plastic paddles and all those things, and it was funny. I never heard Kevin's first story, but we went to Boulder, and we worked with the guys at Cycworks. They're friends of ours, and we went there. And I remember getting to Boulder and coming over top, saw the cabin. I was like, yeah, it's a trail, and it was okay. And there was lots of snow. I like that. But then as soon as we got into the Super Bowl, and it's just like, I don't know how, it's like,
yeah, it's hard to explain that.
It's a massive bowl.
Everyone that's done it knows it, but the people that haven't don't.
Oh, yeah. And it was just like, this is all I want to do. This is amazing. Like, why else would we go anywhere?
And did you snowboard or ski?
I skied and snowboarded, but it wasn't really my thing. I wanted to burn gas, and I never liked anything that didn't burn gas, really. So
yeah,
we had to do family trips. We had to do family trips. But after that, if it had a motor, man, like, I had to play hockey, and it was like, all I did was, when we're going to hockey, I looked in the ditch and went, look at those guys riding their snowmobiles. Why am I going to hockey?
That's awesome. So what year was that?
So 92 to the mountains. And then we got into hill climbers. So the guys at Cycworks, Ed McDonald became a good friend. Him and Don Galloway, they owned Cycworks. And so we kind of met them through motocross.
That's up in Canada?
It's in Edmonton, yeah. They're a group and they grew up to a bit more of a group of Polaris dealers, and they're a good group of guys, and some of them are dealers now and friends. And but they're mainly in Alberta. And they opened a shop in the back of their Polaris dealership called the Spy Racing Shop. And in there, a guy named Bevan worked, and Ed worked in there. He had his office in there, and all they did was build custom hill climbers. And so I met Ed, and Ed kind of had the same bad habits. He wanted to build everything cool. So he wanted us to build him a really cool truck to haul his souped up sleds and Sea-Doos to Havasu. And I wanted a badass sled. So we got a 94 Storm 800, and we put a PSI 1000 top end on it. And he built every titanium carbon, wasn't carbon type, titanium and chromoly parts, big tunnel, the first kind of drop and rolled chassis sleds and all that stuff. So we kind of did a lot of that. That was kind of how the sled story started. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same bad habit.
That was 92 to what year?
Sledded mainly pretty hardcore till 2000. And then it was like, we built tons of hill climbers and went, I'm going to die doing this. We're trying to shoot up the little cracks. And it was before the turbo sleds came out. And I was like, I've kind of, not that we'd done it all, but it was like, there was really not a lot more to do. And, I'm not a big guy, and it was like, we weren't going to go in the trees. That wasn't popular then. And that was kind of the end of the sled season. And basically
the,
spent
the mountain sleds weren't really a thing then.
They were good. It was right at the beginning of it, though. The longest track you could buy was a 141, and then, I remember when a 156 came out, it was incredible, and the switch from plastic paddles to rubber paddles, and we spent most of the time when you were sledding, you spent your time working on your sled, and we had you had spare pistons in your backpack and head gaskets, and you'd go for a burp on your sled in Boulder on a cloudy or socked in day with your 3 pods on your triple 1000. And if it wasn't perfect snow conditions, I mean, you'd whip those carbs off. You're back in the cabin de-icing your carbs and melting out your pods. And I mean, your hands were black at the end of a snowmobile week. It looked like you come from a diesel shop, really. I mean, you worked all the time.
Yeah, you definitely had to be a mechanic back in the day to go ride as well. I mean, you were always wrenching on them out there.
Yeah, 100%. So shout out to all the young guys who missed all that. I mean, you're pretty lucky, but I mean, you can go way far back and you don't have to worry about it. But back then you're pretty cautious of how far you went back, because you're going to probably change some parts.
Luke just chimed in and he just said, good to see these guys love to twist the throttle. And I think I'd concur with that, Luke. I think for all the guys in the snowbike industry at this point, at least, all the quote unquote smaller players, everybody likes to ride. And I mean, you guys ride and you ride hard. So there's no lack of that.
Yeah. And that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
I think, again, that's what'll make Yeti kind of what it is going into the future. And when we get it to where we want it, it'll be good.
Oh yeah.
Way better than it is.
Yeah. But it's that silly passion. It's that silly passion that we just have for it. Like Kevin and I will be on the phone till, I don't know, many times, like 2-3 in the morning, talk about silly ideas. What about this? What could we drill the track like that? And that's what drives us. It's just like we're addicts, I guess, to performance.
Yeah.
Back to the track question. In the last month, I think every single call we have.
Hold on. So you're just so everyone that joined is clear. Kevin is talking about the 3-inch Yeti track, right?
Yeah. Or a track.
A track.
Okay.
There needs, definitely need to do something new, but we'll start testing this year, and it'll take some time. But Jamie, like every single call in the last month is like, what about this on a track? What about this? And what about that? And I was like, okay, we'll figure something out. It'll be one of these many things you've suggested. But,
right.
Yeah, it just, track development is super expensive and takes a lot of time. So we're working on it. And once we have what we think's better than anything else out there, we'll release it.
Yeah, someone actually mentioned, I'm trying to find it on here. Gosh, there's so many questions now, but they said something about is Camso. So a lot of people might not know this, but they said, is Camso still going to develop the tracks for them? Yes, Camso. There we go. Camso makes tracks for everybody at this point. I mean, there are some Russian manufacturers and some Chinese ones, but for North America, it's all coming from Camso.
Yeah, they got a monopoly, unfortunately, but and they don't develop the tracks. It's up to us to really develop the track. And same thing, timber sled and mountaintop. It's kind of, it's up to us to spend the money and do the development. They don't do that, so they just build the track once you decide what you want.
Yep, they're just there putting the pieces together, and you guys have to come up with all the R&D essentially.
100%. Yeah,
they're helpful and stuff, but again, they're working for everybody, so they can only be so helpful.
Tough place for them to be. They got to design everybody's tracks.
Hell yeah. So now, Jamie, so 2000s, you're sledding, but it's just like not doing it for you, right? You're just like, it's fun, but it's just not what were you wanting? What were you hoping for?
You know what? I just was tired of it. It was just like, there was nothing. It was like the Gen 2 Polaris, that kind of new chassis. It didn't work as good as the old one. You couldn't see the ski tips. I wasn't going to switch to Skidoo. And you know what? We just started with the ice racing. We'd always ridden dirt bikes, and we thought, hey, there's a new series. And what happened too is they moved the Num Bum. It was always in northern, like really Fairview, Alberta, which is quite a ways north. And then they moved it to like basically Edmonton. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh, this is on. This is fun. We can do this. And it was just a new challenge, right?
You probably went into doing some of your desert racing kind of in that period of time too, right?
Yeah. So we started. We went. What happened? So we went down and did the first ever UTV race in the Baja 1000. I can't remember what year that was. Maybe through 2000. Whenever UTVs first entered, 205 maybe or something, or 6. I don't know. Anyway, so we did that, and when we were watching all the guys in I guess tech, right, and all these cool trophy trucks and things coming through, and I was talking to this guy named Danny. I can't remember his last name, but it'll come to me. Anyways, he was a fabricator out of California, and he had a really cool Class 10 car. And Class 10 was unlimited suspension, 2000cc Honda motor. And
what year is this?
Like 05, I think, or somewhere in there.
Okay.
And so we went down there whenever UTVs first were entered in the Baja 1000. And anyway, so I saw his car and I said, that's a really cool car, and we chatted for 10 or 15 minutes and I gave him my name or whatever. And then it was like, I don't know, a couple of months later, he phoned me, he says, hey, that car's for sale. Do you want it? And I was like, oh, I don't know. It was pretty cool. So yeah, so we'll take it. Anyway, so then we went desert racing for a few years too. And that was just fun. Like we went in the Best in the Desert series and raced the Unlimited there. And then
this is all cars, not moto.
Yeah. Just at that time, desert stuff. And it was cool because you race with the dirt bikes and, you do Vegas to Reno and you got these guys Iron Manning the 500 miles on a dirt bike at plus 40 outside or 115 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, there's some, we went from one extreme ice racing, where it's minus 40 to it's now plus 40 Celsius and really was interesting. So again, it's just another thing of burning gas and having fun and, thankful we can do these things. And then we got into the unlimited class for the big cars and we raced against the trophy trucks and we did a few races like that. And that was back in the time in 08 when then GM went broke and all that stuff happened. And we just said, hey, we're going to park the racing for a little while. And then we started looking at other things we could do.
And you're doing this with your brother, right?
I did that with a bunch of friends, actually, the desert racing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Ryan. Yeah. My brothers were doing sprint car racing and my brother one was doing sprint cars. The other one was doing nitro funny cars and alcohol funny cars. And so we kind of all raced. Yeah.
So you weren't really kind of 05, you kind of got out of snowmobiling then?
Yeah. Even a little earlier, maybe 03. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And then, so now walk us through. So Ryan, your brother reaches out to Kevin.
Yeah. Jeff, that's the other brother. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, your other brother. Okay. Your other brother reaches out. Yeah. How many brothers you got?
Just 2. Yeah. There's 3 of us. Yeah.
Okay. So he reaches out to Kevin to build this carbon sled, right?
100%. Yeah. Yeah. And that was exciting.
Like 09? You said 09?
Yeah, that was 09. Yeah.
Okay. So walk us through that evolution then. And actually, before we get into that, let's put a pin in that. So let's do another quick giveaway, guys.
Yeah.
Let's do it. So we got, yeah. So guys, the giveaways that we're doing now, just to clarify, because I saw some people, they're like, did he win a Yeti? No, the Yeti giveaway is going to be the Yeti thing we're doing at the end. I didn't say we're giving away a Yeti. I didn't say what it is. I just said it's going to be awesome. Is going to be at the end. For those of you who decide to stay, which we know not everybody can, so it's okay. But we're going to give away a couple things. We're going to do the $500 C3, 2 $500 gift card C3 giveaways. And then we're going to do $1,000 gift card C3 giveaway here. We'll probably do it here in the next little bit. And then right now we're giving away Yeti swag. So you're getting shirt, hat, and a toque for those of you that are in Canada. Did I say it right? A toque?
Yeah.
A beanie?
Yeah. You're converted.
Yeah. Tukey.
Yeah. For all of us Americans, right? A beanie. I don't know if I can call it a toque. It just sounds like like I'm talking to my little kid or something.
That sounds weird. Yeah. Where'd the skull cap? Who came up with that one? I've heard that one too.
Well, the skull caps are more like fitted, right? So I've always known him as a beanie. That's all I've ever known. A beanie. I don't know if that's like a Northwest, America thing, but that's all I've ever heard it called. So anyhow, but yeah, let's give away another package here of the Yeti swag. I've seen a couple good questions, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up this question that Craig gave, and we'll give him the Yeti swag. So Craig Costello, I'm going to pull you up here on the screen. So he's on the Facebook leaving a question. So he said, we know you're the kings of carbon. Is there any plans to build a more traditional framed kit, all aluminum? So Craig, will make sure to DM me your name and your address information so that we can send you your swag. So guys, you want to answer that?
I'd say it's going to be market driven. Nothing's out of the question or whatever, but for now, for at least the next year or two, it's completely focused on Yeti. We'll see what happens in the market, and you never know.
It's a tricky call, but it's like how high is high? It's like and I think my brother with $100,000 snow bike, there's some guys in that space, but it's got to be good for you want to have value. You want to have overwhelming value for the guy to buy it and enjoy it. And it's got to last. It's got to be reliable. The
big thing about the carbon is we've found ways just to, keep the price reasonable. And the one thing, and it's probably good to mention it here, is we've the whole time we had it, and then Yeti had some version, or Camso had some version of it, Camso Michelin, of we've always stood behind the carbon. We know how strong it is. Jamie might have sent you a video you might be able to pull up, but anyways, we've always stood behind it, and we know how expensive it can be, even on another brand. If you wreck the whole tunnel or bend the aluminum or whatever, you can bend it back, but it's still bent looking. We know how kind of bulletproof, and we've talked to tour operators and things like that. And they've told us about kind of the longevity of the carbon, but everything breaks. You hit something hard enough, you can break it. And just having that carbon replacement program that we've always had, and we're carrying on with that for sure. It's, it makes it pretty reasonable to get a new carbon chassis, and it really doesn't cost any more than buying a whole side panel and the parts you would buy for an aluminum kind of chassis bike or kit. So
good points. And I think the other thing is we had a good call with Toby and a few of our rental guys right after we bought Yeti back, and they were excited. And Toby had some great stories about there's a lot of hesitation around the carbon, and we knew that right from the beginning. And we had a few guys just not understanding what carbon is, and then you got to kind of peel all the onion layers back and say, hey, what are B2 bombers made out of? They fly at minus whatever that temperature is. So carbon doesn't snap when it's cold. It's when it's done properly. And the other thing is, a lot of people have bought cheap things made out of carbon fiber, maybe from China, and it's brittle and it cracks and it falls apart.
And we've even had a few issues in our first ones that we addressed and fixed and stuff too. So it's got to be done right.
Well, I can attest to I don't even know, hundreds of hours at this point on my kits, and they're being abused, right? I mean, I've got, I'm doing tours, and we're not easy on them, and I am definitely not easy on shit. I pretty much, everybody's like, oh, well, does this stuff break? And I'm like, I'm usually the one that breaks it. So like, let's just be honest here. And so out of all of my Yeti kits, with I had 4, now I have 3. I've only ever had one get broke, and it was a kid that literally, like, we were like, bro, what are you doing? He just like turned and ran dead smack into a big old rock right on the side. And I actually didn't even know that it was broken. And so we rode the rest of the day, and I got home and everything's drying out, and I'm looking, I was like, oh shit. Like, I mean, it was a big old chunk that he smashed. And I guess it was one of those things. It just went to show that, like, this did get broken, but we were able to ride out okay. And honestly, like, really, I probably could have just did the fiberglass fix, whatever, and it probably would have been fine. And I talked to, Guillaume about it, and we looked at it all. And in the end, we were just like, I mean, they paid for it to replace it, so we got a new tunnel out of it. But I kept that tunnel, and it's still here. And like, we're fixing it, because at the end of the day, it's like, if we need it again, it's totally usable. So I know for myself, that was one of my main concerns. I was like, man, I'm going to break some shit. And that's to this date in 5 years. Well, I've been riding them now for 4 seasons. This will be my 4th season. That's the only thing I've broken. And to your point, you can break shit, but I broke other kits and bent shit and all that stuff. So it can happen to any kit,
Yeah, no, you got some great points there. And we had, again, many customers come, how do you fix it? How do you deal with it? We've had lots of guys, sand and patch it and fill it with epoxy. It's usually, on our kit, it's usually that front corner is right behind your feet, right? And it's usually on the brake side if you hit something, if you catch a rock in there or something. And it's more cosmetic than anything because there's nothing structural there whatsoever. And for the guys who've ridden home, I've ridden back with guys that have, had one friend riding it on that river where we were ice racing, and he flew off his bike and it went backwards into a tree and it ripped the whole back half of it off, cleared it right off. I never see it. And he rode it out. It still rode fine. It's just, there was not much of this thing left. So, and that was Toby's content. He says what his comment is that, he says, we've been in some awful situations and we've always ridden them out. He says, we've never had issues. Some of them look pretty beat when they're done. And he said some of those guys still ride them for the rest of the year like that and deal with it next year. So,
yeah, 100%. A couple other things I wanted to throw on here, guys. Aaron Vaughn chimed in. Aaron's over here in Montana. He puts together a lot of snow bikes and rides hard. And this is pretty cool. He said, hearing men comment on issues in our first carbon runs is a rarity these days. The only way to improve is having that mindset. And I couldn't agree more, Aaron. And, thanks for chiming in there on that.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Yeah,
that's awesome.
I mean, at the end of the day, right, that's exactly what you guys are all about, is making this, making the product better, improving it. And that's what everybody wants to hear, right, is that it's not just being stagnant. Jason asked a cool question, and maybe we'll just answer this real quick. But Jason, all three of you guys chime in on a Yeti kit. What is your personal favorite in terms of bike? A two smoke, or a 4-stroke? So I'll chime in first. For me, for anyone who's been following me long enough, I am a 2-stroke, diehard through and through. I love riding the 300 2-stroke on dirt. It's, for where we ride here in Montana, technical single track. I love it. I've ridden, plenty of other 4-strokes, and they just don't do it for me on dirt. And I like taking that same bike and converting it to a snow bike. And no doubt, and I tell everybody this, you're not going to be climbing like you are on a 4-stroke, right? But here's the difference is I can still get to everywhere. I might be a little slower. I might have to take a little bit different line, but I ride, if you push the 2-stroke really hard, like I like to, and just ride it like you stole it. Like Riley and I said on his podcast the other day, ride it like you stole it. The 2-strokes for me, they just do it, man. I love the light feel, the nimbleness, and especially when you get in the trees, oh my gosh, I'll take the 2-stroke any day over the 4-stroke because it feels so nimble and light just popping through the trees. So for me and my riding style, I like the 2-stroke, but again, it all comes down to riding style, kit, snow conditions, and all of that. I know when I go up to Canada and anywhere in that really big open country, I think if that's what I was riding all the time, I would either probably go towards a 4-stroke or just the BRC 500 2-stroke, because that thing's an animal. But here in Montana, we got a lot of trees. We don't have the big open stuff that you guys have up in Canada as much. And so I think for me, that's why I like the 2-stroke. So Jamie, Kevin, what about you guys?
Yeah, I'm 4-stroke all the way.
Yeah. You want we thought we were 2-stroke guys. I hate to say that. I love 2-stroke, and I even built one of those 600cc ones that I never finished from Pantera, but we're going to do some things with him in the future too. But we've done so many big bores and things, and the 4-stroke makes that torque, and it's so smooth. Man.
I'm waiting to see that Pantera. Maybe I'll get converted then, but I'll wait till we ride it.
Yeah. I'll have to throw you guys on. I mean, I know you guys have ridden the BRC 500, but you guys will have to try mine too. It's a freaking hoot, man.
Yeah. No, I like it. I rode with Riley quite a few times last year. So
yeah,
it's good.
He's done a wicked thing there.
Yeah.
It really is a different feel though. And that's what I tell guys. I'm like, if you're used to riding that 4-stroke and just twisting the throttle, and you don't want to think about switching gears and doing all that, dude, the 4-stroke's it, because you do have to ride them a little bit harder.
Yeah. The cool thing on the BRCs is when it lights up, when it hits the power band, it really rises out of the snow, and it's just that kind of cool feeling and stuff there. I'm not that kind of rider. I can't keep it on the pipe. I want I want to be able to lug it down a little bit and, you know, keep my line going and not be clutching all the time and stuff. So Raleigh knows that I'm a 4-stroke guy.
Yeah.
But
and you too, Jamie.
Well, I mean, we like to build motors, and I'm probably too many times taking the motor apart. And we've tried so many different combos and camshafts and things. And we've got some bikes that I'm just really happy with that make power. You know, they've all been big bores, unfortunately, and but they're good. I mean, I got one bike. Just a quick story. It's a bike I bought in 2015, and we took a 450. And I thought, we like the 500s, but it didn't rev fast enough. And then we had the 450. So I said, I got a crankshaft made halfway in between. So the stroke is in between both the 500 and the 450. Then we put the 500 cylinder on it, and we bore out to 104, and you get a 577. And then we've got the camshaft figured out for that and the throttle body. And we got, you know, Kevin and the guys wrote the program, and then Ryan tweaked the program. We got his intake. And you know what? It's just, but I mean, that's a project that's been going on that's like 7 years, man. Like, that's probably not for everybody. But I have no more fun than pulling that bike out and riding it. And it we dynoed it last year. It made like 48 foot-pounds of torque, and it's only like 65 horse. But you can throw it in a gear, and I can double you up a hill straight up it, and it's fun to ride. But you know, so I'm kind of spoiled that way. But that's, you know,
yeah. So what is that? What's the size of that one?
577 out of a 450 KTM. Yeah.
What do you guys think, by the way, while we're on this topic, what do you guys think of the Ducati, the new freaking motor?
Yeah.
Yeah. We think of that. We talked about that last night. I was like, can we just buy one of those bikes and lift the motor out next week?
Yep. That's a pretty insane.
Depends how much it weighs. Yeah. Depends
how much does it weigh? I don't know.
I couldn't find anything yet.
Yeah. That's a beast of a motor, though.
That's the right size, that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I'll say, I mean, you guys talked about it, but it really does come down to personal preference, right? And I mean, you know, and that's, I think, the cool thing about, I know the sledding industry, and it's all in good fun, but it's like diehard Polaris, diehard Skidoo, you know, they really rip on each other. And obviously we've got some of that in the snow bike world, but I think for the most part, all the snow bikers, it's just all about getting out there and riding what you like and having fun. And I will say, everybody who's ridden my 300s, though, they're like, what did you do to these, man? These things freaking rip, you know? And so if you get them set up right, they're definitely a lot of fun.
Yeah. We have a lot of guys on 300s, and they, you know, Joel Day and his relatives, there's a whole group of them up here. They're good guys. They love those things, and they're good on them. There's no question.
Yeah, I like, here we go. We got Aussie snowbiker Shannon Mason, 4-stroke for luggability and reliability, but that BRC 500 2-stroke would be a full fang and good time for revving and nimbleness. Well, I'm excited for Shannon. I'm excited for Shannon to freaking ride it when we come up there, man, because that's it's going to be a lot of fun. Man, we got a lot of good questions. I'm just going to throw these up real quick, guys. Any thoughts on the difference in the carbon from 16 to now? 16 kit seems way thicker.
Yeah, we can speak to that for sure.
Yeah, the 16 actually wasn't thicker, but it was a really good laminate, really strong. Actually, the 18 kits that we built before Yeti or Camso switched them to what they choose to do. I really like those. I thought those were the strongest kits. They were a tiny bit heavier, but way stronger, way less vibration and stuff in them, with kind of a couple of the things we did in them.
I think that
but we're definitely kind of trying to figure out what our program is moving forward, who we're going to use to build them, and what we can change, or if we can do anything to improve them.
Got it. Cool. Well, that's a solid answer there. A couple other, Graham chimed in. He said he now wants to big bore his bike.
That's a cart. Yeah. Well, it's a funny story, because Kevin and I, every so often, like, do you want to get into motors? Like, I don't know. We look at each other like, I don't know. We want to take that on. That's a lot.
I think we already got enough to do.
Yeah. We're done.
Yeah, you guys got a few things going on. All right. So let's segue then back into Jamie. So 2009, your brother orders a snowmobile from Kevin. And so walk us through that process, and then how you guys came to meet and form, you know, this partnership.
Yeah, no, the quick story there is Jeff got the snowmobile, and I think that in the end, Kevin's XP chassis was about 75 pounds lighter with a stock motor in it. And that's kind of what they went with. They wanted slightly warmed over motors, lightweight, and those sleds were great. And so that's where, and Jeff was really happy. Jeff and Randy, they were riding those things super happy. And that's where that came around. And he says, hey, Kevin does really cool stuff. And I saw his sled and I'm like, well, that's neat. And it right in there, that's when I was desert racing, and this guy had built me an aluminum intake, and it was coming picture of, a LS engine or a Chevy small block, whatever. And the intake comes out of the throttle body and broke out.
What, for your car?
Yeah, for the desert race car. And I had this aluminum part that broke out, and it went off into two air cleaners. And I was like, oh, that'd be a cool piece out of carbon fiber, and just transition better, because the guy had welded up and cut a bunch of corners. And I was just thinking about the airflow. It was really chopped up in multiple pieces. And so I had a friend make a really nice one, and then Kevin made the parts out of that.
Yeah, I used that to make the mold off of, and put it together.
Yeah, it was a really nice part. It was beautiful. And I was like, oh, and then we're looking at all these desert trucks with big fenders, and still the rage down there is you build a Baja out of a new truck, and you put, plus it's like 6-inch wider fenders on the front and the box sides. And we talked about maybe making fenders for trucks and hoods. And I was at the car dealership, and we were selling trucks and hoods and things all the time. But we never did execute that one. But that was kind of, we were having these conversations, and that just led naturally into after riding, after that customer, Mike Bonham, left the timber sled with me, and I rode it, and I was hooked. This is super fun. It was awesome. And I had a couple of funny get-offs because it was still on the Simmons skinny ski, and I was riding it in March, and the snow was rotten, and just about hammered myself in the ground and falling over in the rocks. And of course, I did the first snow bike thing everybody does. Like, I'm on the thing coming down the ditch, I'm going to rip across the highway. Well, I didn't live for the highway, and I was laying on the highway. I was laying on the highway in a millisecond, if you know that deal.
Just eat shit right away.
So fast. Like, wow, is that scary?
Oh,
I was a dirt biker. Dude. I wasn't worried I was going to lift for the road or anything.
Yeah. Oh, that's great, dude. You just, everybody who rides snow bikes has done that at one point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's
so
awesome.
that was the start. Yeah. And I said to Kevin, I said, hey, I really like this. Can we do something together? That's how it started. And
we said, well, I don't know. I've never ridden one. I don't really know what they are. Why don't you come down? Yeah. And this was in May, middle or near the end of May almost.
Yeah, it was late in the season. Yeah.
Of what year?
2013. No.
2013.
2012. Yeah, no, 2013.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought Kevin, you rode a snow bike first. No, you did, Jamie?
Yeah.
Oh, Jamie did first in 2011, and then all year 2012.
Yeah, I bought a couple new timber sleds, rode through 12. Yeah.
Got it.
And end of 13 is when when he called and said, I said, come down. So he brings a trailer down and a big 1 ton long box quad cab truck. And we hauled it.
Kevin, had you seen though? I mean, you had seen snow bikes, right?
I'd probably seen one or two or something. I never ridden one, never
it
looked at
on your
one.
radar.
No,
not at all. Yeah.
No.
And
it's like, we got to go ride
down with this big ass truck. So he comes down with this big ass truck.
Yeah, big ass truck, a 16-foot trailer, and we go up Hunter's Range trying to get to snow. We ended up in some creek that on the other side of the creek we could see a little bit of snow. So we end up like stuck in this creek. We unhook the truck, turn the truck around. We get out by hand in the creek, turn the trailer around.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And it's a tandem trailer. Like, it's not a small little trailer. It's a full enclosed 16-foot tandem trailer. It's still lightweight, aluminum, whatever. And we turn it around by hand. Then we unload the bikes there.
Yeah.
And
we thought we found the snow. Like, we were ready to ride.
We drive the bikes through the rocks, the big river rocks.
Oh man.
Get to the other side, ride over a little 40, 50 long foot patch of snow, come out on Skyline, big logging road, and all we can see is like gravel everywhere. It's like a gravel highway, perfect gravel road.
Geez.
No snow anywhere in sight. And it's like,
what time of year is this?
Well, it's like May 18th or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And, so this is towards the end of the season.
Yeah, end of the season, and I'd ridden a few weeks before that. and thought we could just like drive right to snow, but we took like a wrong turn and ended up in this creek. And anyways, so we rode back to the trailer and we spent like 3 hours trying to find our way back to that other road so that we could take that road up to the snow. Never did.
Never found snow.
And Jamie had stuff going on at home, and it was like the worst kind of setup you could ever have for trying to have a first ride.
First meeting, first ride. We're gonna do this.
But we get back to my house and kind of say, well, I know nothing about snow bikes, but I think I can build something that is lighter and maybe works better.
What was the kit? What was the kit in the bike that you were on?
Yeah, there were a couple timber sleds.
Yeah, I had that one titanium one that I was pretty hooked on, and that got me we got to make this, and then
and then
what bike were you on? Do you remember?
Yeah, they're KTM 450s. One would have been either 500 or 450s. I think I had one of each.
Yeah. A couple 450s.
So Jamie, I mean, and so you're sold on snow biking. You're like, this is freaking rad.
Yeah. We got hooked on the timber sled. It was awesome. And I was just like, we got to do this. So that was my convince Kevin we're going to do this. And we said, Kevin, well, how many we got to build to get going? Like we got to start somewhere.
Yeah. So he writes me a check. It's like, okay, I think we can sell 9 of them. So he writes me a check to build 9 of them. He thinks for him and all his friends.
Yeah.
And so I started in May, and in November we started riding. Yeah, there it is.
There. Yeah. So
okay, so that was 2013.
Yeah, May of 2013.
So 2013. So at that point, timber sled has been around a couple years, right? 2 years, like 2011, 2012.
Yeah.
So we'll call it 3 years. So Jamie, you had 2 seasons under your belt, essentially.
Yeah.
Like 2 seasons.
Yeah, solid season and a half a season, I'd say. Yeah.
Season and a half. Okay. You knew about Kevin from your brother.
Yeah.
So what made you think then, let me approach him about building a snow bike? Was it because he's a badass, he made these badass sleds, and let's just duplicate that but for snow biking?
The word was carbon fiber.
Carbon fiber.
He knew how to use it, and he knew he could make shit out of it. And I'm like, this is good.
He couldn't get a titanium. He couldn't get a titanium.
I was on that one. Yeah.
So it's like, okay, what else can we do?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Okay, so 2013. Now you tell Kevin, like, hey, let's do this. And so talk about this partnership in May of 2013, and you said November was when you guys were riding the new kit, right?
No. Yeah. Well,
it was November, beginning of December. I was up at Blue Lake with that kit that you just show a picture of that kit. Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, that was step
one. Look at this, guys. By the way, go to Yeti's website, and you can, if you go to their gallery and scroll down, they've got a bunch of cool pictures. And this one right here is one of the early ones. I had never seen this before this evening, so I thought that's really rad. So there's that one. Oh yeah, and then there it is.
There, yeah. So that was on a KTM. That kind of got me convinced that weight was light there. So that was my son.
It's on a 2-stroke too.
Yeah, 2-stroke KTM 200, and he could go anywhere. 2.5-inch track on that. And it was amazing. I'm like, look at where you can go. I was like, this lightweight stuff's good.
That was just a 2-inch track, I think.
Yeah.
That was before 2.5 inches.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it here.
Sled was only 2-inch.
Yeah. So you can see we bought parts from Timber Sled. We had Timber Sled front spindle because we were trying to work on the back. That was probably one of their first skis.
The Simmons ski.
We got to meet Corey Brewster. We bought a bunch of Timber Sled parts. We're buying our kits from Corey. He's a really good buddy and a great timber sled guy, and he's done a lot for snow biking in Western Canada. And we're picking his brain, and Kevin's got ideas cooking, and that actually, funny enough, that's a Next Tech carbon fiber rear suspension. But Kurt makes all those cool carbon, so we actually started with that too. Yeah.
Where's the? I mean, you can't really see. Where's the suspension? Is it like right up in here?
The shock's just right above that one arm that you can see there.
Got it.
It's just right above it, like. If you were down another inch, you'd start to see it.
There was two shocks?
Just one shock.
Yeah. Just one shock. All right, interesting. So you designed this. This is in 2013. You take this and you guys go. You don't go to market yet, right?
No. That's just proof of concept, and we rode it that winter. Did quite a few rides on it. It was super light, way lighter than the production one we built. Yeah. It worked actually phenomenally well.
Yeah, talk about that. So this was lighter than your production model that you guys have. So walk through how that concept and the design, and then why you changed it.
Well, we changed it for manufacturability. It was like over 15 pounds lighter than our first production model. And it worked really good in the snow. Mm-hmm. It was unbelievable. But we just took it to a sled show in Edmonton, and Jamie GM had a booth there, and we just dropped it in the booth and didn't say anything about it. Didn't say who built it, nothing. It just sat in this booth, and then we just looked at kind of the comments and stuff on social media at that point, and a lot of people.
You guys didn't say anything about it.
Nothing. No. Nothing.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
And then we just looked at the comments, and if we happen to be there when someone walked by, we just talk to them or whatever. But there's really no one standing beside it or anything like that. It was just sitting there. And one of the most memorable comments, and I think it happened quite often, is people just thought it was fugly.
Yeah.
but yeah, anyways.
It was practical, right?
It was very practical. Yeah. It was strong. It was kind of light. It was actually really good. But yeah, we should give away the first C3 $500 deal.
Yes,
it's getting fairly late.
Let's do another giveaway. So for this one, guys, we'll do this one from the signups here. Or actually, I think what we should do, maybe Kevin and Jamie, well, it's up to you guys. Do you guys want to do a Q&A one? Let's see who your fans are out there.
I'm up for anything.
What could we do? Oh, shout out to Randy there. Hey, Randy.
Yeah, Randy Swenson. Yeah, awesome.
Randy's been with us on the journey. He's been a great supporter and friend, and he's our Western Canadian Yamaha rep.
It's so hard. I apologize. I'm sitting here reading the comments all the time, but
I know
lots of good comments.
So many good ones, man. Should we do a question then and see first person to get it right wins the $500?
Yeah, sure.
What do we got?
Okay, let's do it. Well, you had the good one that you told me. I thought that was a really good one. So
okay, how can I word that one? So
guys, so everybody listening. All right. And obviously there, might be a slight delay, but it is what it is. We can see all the comments here. So first person to answer this correctly wins the $500 C3 gift card.
All right. So here we go. So on the Yeti kit, for those guys who are familiar with it, there is 2 logos made into the kit. Where are they? And which logo came before the other one?
Yeah. One logo doesn't match the current logos.
Yep.
And it's still on the kit to this day.
Now, what's the thought, or why did you guys continue to keep it? Just nostalgia?
Well, maybe after someone answers it, we'll tell you, but it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, that's true.
It's pretty obvious.
Okay.
Bumper, we
Not
got
fair.
Bumper.
That's okay, David. We're gonna give more stuff away. Don't worry. We just thought this would be a fun one. Drop. Who cares? Top and side. No.
You remember now.
Dude, I'm not. Nobody's answering it right, unless one of those are right, and I don't know.
You got this. You got the rear bumper for sure. You guys have seen that one. That one's pretty cool. I like that one with the silicone insert. That's one. But there's it's big like that. It's the same size. It's not a small logo. So you got that one.
It's subtle.
You won't notice it. I bet you. Yeah, I bet you. Grab bar and sides.
Dude, I haven't seen it yet.
Top of tunnel. Yeah, they're all okay. We got the tunnel covered. Keep looking.
Yeah. Come on, guys.
Well, yeah, for those guys that had the billet caliper, correct, but that's not the one. Yeah, good point on that.
Wow, this is a good one, man.
Head. Yeah, no.
So we're looking for the one that's different than all the other logos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're physically, it's about the same size as the rear one. Bumper and belt case. Yeah, no.
There we go.
Oh, who's that?
Sean
Who
Douglas.
said it?
Sean Douglas. The
Where?
tunnel and the ski. So
hold on, let me mark that one.
yeah.
Okay.
So
there it is.
Yeah. It's
You guys want to show it?
Yeah. You got it.
Yeah.
Do you
got it there?
Do you have one? Yeah, unless you have yours available, I can go grab mine.
I got one right here. One behind me.
Can you get that over there?
Yeah.
So this logo, we paid this is kind of a pretty good story, but anyways, we Jamie had some affiliation with.
Can you guys see that there? Yeah, it's kind of hard with the orange. Let me grab mine too.
Yeah. So Jamie had affiliation with Troy Lee Design, and we actually got a hold of a designer that did a lot of work for Troy Lee, and they came up with the logo that we still use today, the one on the shirt here and everywhere else. But before that, we'd kind of done our own logo. And when we started building that ski, obviously ski mold is very expensive and it's hard tooled. So once it's done, it's not easy to change. So we'd already put this old logo in that ski design, and so hence it's still here.
See it there?
It's still here to this day.
So the Y looks different and it underlines the other letters.
Yeah. And it doesn't match the rest of our branding. So it's off brand.
And we were like, we got to fix that. And I was like, it was $50,000 US to do the mold. I'm like, holy man. Like, I mean, we didn't have much money getting this thing going. We already scraping everything we could together. So we're like, we'll just leave it. No one's going to notice it. But he noticed it. You got it.
Yeah. Everybody was probably scrambling, looking at everything.
Yeah.
Sean got it
right after it. Then everybody was getting it, the ski.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right. So maybe we'll do the second $500 one based off of whoever submitted their info. Keep it fair here.
Sure.
You bet.
Yeah. Sounds good.
All right, let's do it. So, all right, guys, we're going to give me a second. Drum. Whoever's out there, make your drum roll, and we're going to scroll through all of the stuff. Just kind of like, the Wheel of Fortune. Like I'm scrolling through the whole thing here.
Vanna.
Wait, Vanna White's. Wait, which one's the one where they?
Oh yeah,
Bob Barker.
Right. That's what I was
Price
thinking
is
of.
right. Showcase Showdown.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. The Price is Right.
You get the vertical wheel.
Bob Barker,
and Price is Right. Have your pet spaded.
Bob Barker and Drew Carey.
Oh yeah, later.
Drew Carey now. He's the man with the plan. All right, I'm gonna scroll through, and then I'm not even looking, guys. I'm just gonna put it on the computer. Let's see. Whoops. Who is this person? Let me see. Okay. This is a Canadian. Arjan Spelt. Arjan, are you on here? Arjan Spelt. I got your phone number and your email. So if you're not listening, then Darren gave you guys some.
Oh, is he clapping?
I wonder if Darren, did you know that was the answer? But Arjan Spelt, you won the next $500 gift card. So I will make sure to reach out to you because I got your info. All right, after this, and then should we do another Yeti swag giveaway?
Oh yeah,
sure. Yeah,
we can do it right now. Yeah. Let's keep the prizes going.
Yeah, let's do it. It's kind of, we've been on here already an hour and a half. You know what? I would like to pick the next one. Can I pick the next one?
Yeah, you give her.
Yeah.
Because this is a great comment right here. Drew Thomas just landed on vacation in Hawaii and logged on. Dedication.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude.
I'm sure your
There
wife
we go.
He's like,
hold on, you guys. Yeah, you guys go surf. I'm gonna go watch this snowbike giveaway shit. I can just imagine, like, oh my gosh, that's how we roll. So Drew, I'm sure you're on. You probably submitted your info. Yeah, I found you. So we got your info there. But go ahead and DM me with that with your info there. All right, guys, should we do one more? That was for the Yeti swag, by the way. You guys want to do one more?
Oh yeah,
sure.
Okay, I'll let you guys how should we do the next one?
Oh, I don't know.
It's a lot of thoughts.
I'll do a scroll again. Wow, we've got just so many. All right, I'm gonna do another scroll. Wheel of Fortune style. And Jared, you can't win. Jared goes, "Can I win?" All right, I'm gonna stop on. No, I stopped on Yannick. Yannick, you can't win.
Yeah, he bought all the parts we had today.
Yeah. All right. Stopped on John York. All right, John York. Here we go. And he asked a question too: top of tunnel and by belt drive, the difference. So
that was the other logos, yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
So John York, you won the next giveaway. Just writing that down here. Make sure to DM me your info. All right, so we gave away the $500 one. Did we give away both of them?
Yeah. Or no. Oh yeah, you did. The second.
Oh yeah, because that's right. Because we had the question, and then Arjan won the second one. So we still got the $1,000 one. So maybe we'll do the $1,000 one in like another 15, 20 minminutes. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, cool.
All right, let's do that. I don't even remember where we were at now.
Well, we were just we got unstuck. We decided we are going to build kits. Yep. We built the fugly one.
Yep.
And yeah, and then from there I designed like 3 kits in 6 months basically.
Oh man, yeah.
For the new ones. Actually, if you go to that picture there, those are the next one. The next one are like our first prototypes of that.
Oh, like this one right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's one. So it was interesting. Reminds me of a story. So Kevin and I were designing this. We're sitting for hours in front of CAD. Kevin's designing away, and we had an idea. So what we wanted to do is the main thing was how we were going to tighten the chain, right? And it was like, so we had the bike mount. Those familiar with our kit, there's the bike mount plates, and the swing arm bolt goes through it. And I want to have an eccentric in there. From all my ice racing, I was like, you just tighten the chain, it's so easy. And I didn't want to have the sprockets and the third link pushing against it. I just wanted the chain to stay perfectly straight and not have
right.
I'm thinking there might be some horsepower loss there. That was my OCD-ness. And the 250R has an eccentric, and you loosen 2 pinch bolts and you put your thing in there and you pull it, and it's an eccentric, it moves the axle. I'm like, can we do something like that, right?
Yeah.
So Kevin's like, yeah, I think we can do something like that. And we figured out, and Kevin had, there's a lot of design going on there, because you got to remember, we were riding KTMs. That was great. Away we go. But now it's got to fit.
Yeah. Start having to fit it to every bike.
And we're like, how do we make it fit every bike, and this and that, and all the spacing. And we became the guys that borrowed everybody's dirt bike. Can I borrow your dirt? I don't want to ride it. I just want to measure it. And we went to the dealerships. And I mean, thanks to Randy Swenson, the guys at Riverside, there's all kinds of guys who lent us their bikes, their buddies' bikes, their bikes. We measured bikes nonstop, and we phoned everybody we could to get information. And Kevin had made a kit. We called it the bike mount assembly, and he made this part, and it was so badass. And we were like, this is cool. And we actually had it machined a few of them. And we put it on the bike, and it was late at night or something. I can't remember, because we're always working at night, it seemed. And we put on the bike, we got in the stand, we got up in the air, and it was so beautiful. I was like, okay, let's adjust the chain. And the chain was absolutely perfectly centered over all the bolt holes that we put in the thing.
Yeah.
We couldn't do anything with it. Like, it was no good. So we
starts moving bolt holes, making the bike mount plate differently.
Yeah. And so we threw a lot of parts out at the beginning, trying to get those pieces. And Kevin actually designed, everyone, we're putting our minds together. We designed the second generation of kit. We're like, okay, we got this. We know how we want it to be. And we made these stainless parts. And Kevin designed the entire thing. We made a mold. We pulled a carbon chassis out of it. We put the entire thing together. Again, put it together in the garage. And I'm wiggling the kit, and we're jumping on. I was like, and the kit was just like right where the strut rod came down. We didn't have all the billet plates in there yet. And the kit was just flexing around the whole thing. I was like, we can't.
Moving like 3 or 4 inches, the whole thing.
Right to start, yeah.
You know what? It would have been a built-in soft strut.
Yeah, it would have been. It would have been flexy.
Yeah, we built it right and used the whole carbon as the spring.
It would have been flexible. So we're like, So that was that. That was the end of that kit. We never actually wrote it. We put that kit together. It's hanging on the ceiling here. It's a complete kit, carbon fiber, rear skid, everything's in it. We never wrote it once. Then we went on to the next design.
What's the next design?
Well, just refinement of kind of that's when we came up with the bike mount that kind of stiffened the whole thing up, and how we tied in the strut rod to that. And
what's
we
this one here? This one looks a lot different too.
Yeah, I think that's a 16 kit.
Yeah, that's a 16.
We rode all year, and Jamie put that on there. I don't know why.
I put on there just to tease Kevin. Did you look at the gallery? I put a picture of you in there.
But anyways, we went to Silver Star and did some hill climbing out there, and I did all right. So that was good.
Actually, if you go back to that picture of Kevin, though, on the prize winning.
Oh, that was the hill climb?
Yeah.
At Silver Star. But if you scroll down the rear suspension on that one, a lot of guys tested. Those were actually injection molded rails.
Yeah.
Those rails are plastic.
Yeah. That was a nylon fiber reinforced kind of rail that actually was really good. We just didn't have time to test it and kind of finish the design on it. And it was just easier to go with aluminum because everyone knew how aluminum would perform. So,
yeah. So real quick, we kind of glossed over some of the details, but walk us through your concepts of this design, because I mean, at the time you've got, timber sled. I mean, really it was pretty much timber sled. I'm trying to think 2014 because CMX came out 2016. So walk us through just the unique style and design. I mean, you guys are, to my knowledge, the only ones that use all titanium hardware, unless I'm mistaken. Carbon fiber, which to this day, still the only carbon fiber snow bike kit out there. And just the overall look of it and how you came to, the design. I assume it's for rigidity and all sorts of factors, but walk us through just kind of the design process and how you guys ended up with, this style.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's pretty much kind of, Jamie would push me on just kind of what the end result needed to be. And then I'd kind of figure out how to do it. But I basically put the drive components where I wanted them to be, and then had to, build some carbon fiber around that. So then the next thought is, well, how to carry the loads from the rear suspension mount point, up to the strut rod. So it's basically, taking that and building a straight line is the most efficient, and building a bit of an arc into it, and lots of curvature just kind of gave it strength without much weight. And that's just kind of where that design concept came from. And we just, started working with curves and just trying to keep shape everywhere, because it just makes carbon fiber more useful and lighter if we use shape to kind of give it strength. And we knew right from the beginning we wanted to have a fuel tank that integrated with the chassis, and blended right in, and had a place where it was going to mount and all that. So we kind of just worked together and built something that we thought would be conducive to mounting a tank in, even though we hadn't designed or even really thought, wholly about the tank when we'd finished the chassis. Then it was the next thing, but we just kind of just planned for it to be in there, and just kind of started with that, and just, connect the dots between kind of the points, and then just try to give it some style and shape. And I worked with one designer that was just better at surfacing, and I did all the original drawings, and then he just kind of blended it together and made it look a little bit better. So that was the design part. The titanium just really came because we didn't want to just buy off the shelf bolts that were longer than we wanted them to be, or just, not the right amount of shoulder on them. And we just wanted every bolt to be thought about and just be perfect. So it actually worked out easier for us to buy titanium bolts than to get steel bolts custom made. And the other important thing is we just wanted
it was easier to get custom titanium bolts made than custom steel bolts.
Yeah. It was way.
Why is that?
Just for the price for steel was going to be the same. and it was going to be for steel, and then they'd just be coated or whatever, titanium. We didn't have to coat them.
Yeah.
You know, we had kind of the bling factor and the weight of titanium. So it was no brainer. But the other thing is we wanted.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. But the other really important thing is we wanted all to use like basically one wrench almost wherever we could. That way we could build them all with like 12 mil heads mostly. And then we went 17s in a couple spots. And so, you know, it's mostly you only needed like 2 wrench sizes to do all the bolts on that. So that was the other kind of really important part of that.
Yeah, we wanted to save weight in the tools you had to carry too, right? That was another thought.
Yeah, no, I've always appreciated that with the Yeti kits is, you know, you only need a couple different wrenches. So walk through, I'm curious, what is the con with titanium bolts? Because I've heard a couple different things with titanium bolts versus steel, or I guess tell us the pros and the cons if there are, you know, any cons in your opinion.
Well, I'll share some stuff on that because I the most fun part was most people had my cell phone number in the first years of the Yeti, the first 2 years. So I got tons of feedback and I had way too many text messages, but it was helpful to grow everything. But a couple of things happened, like in the suspension cross shafts, we did them the first year we did them out of aluminum, and we had an M8 bolt in there. And what we learned right away is when the bolt was in shear, they were brittle and they'd break off right at the first thread. So what we started to do is we picked up really quick on that is we started to put, you know, you got the shoulder on the bolt. So the shoulder would go through the rail, it would go into the shaft, and then the threads would start, and also help to threading them in. So we learned some pretty valuable things. And those, you know what, those were ituses we had right at the beginning because we wanted light bolts. But if you had an all thread bolt versus having something with the shoulder, now there's nowhere for it to shear off. And some of the other issues is titanium. And they're just things we learned through experience. Titanium, if you're putting titanium bolts into a titanium shaft, you can pour the red Loctite to it. It's not a problem undoing it. But what happened is we were having the M8s. We had the M8 bolts to start with, and then we went to M10 size in the cross shafts. But what happened was, we're putting lots of red Loctite on them, and they would snap off or they would seize or whatever. And we just really Kevin got really finite onto the details of, you know, the design of the head, how wide the flange is on the head, and where does how far is the shoulder and how much material is left in there. So basically and how deep is the dish on the head. A lot of stuff you probably didn't think about till you actually design a bolt.
For sure.
Then it just got refined from there. And that was a journey in itself, the first 2 years of titanium bolts, really. And they were breaking off. And these ones were, and I think we had that issue when we were at that race there with Justin McCabe, is guys, big jumpers and stuff were shearing off these bolts here. They were snapping them off. And we were dealing with that too. But then we got into the finite details of, you know, like the nuts on the first year, guys like, you didn't tighten the nuts on my kit. And I'm like, oh, maybe I didn't. I don't know. And then I was like, can we just put a carburetor clip on the end of the axle? So I don't care if they tighten them or we tighten them. They can't lose them anyways. Right? Yeah. So we just tried to figure out, by getting all these text messages and phone calls, to start to learn what the issues were. And then we could refine the kit that way. And I don't recommend doing it that way, but it was good.
I mean, you guys were taking the feet. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, I think the cool thing about what you guys are doing and everybody in snowbiking is, like, yeah, there's obviously like an engineering piece behind it, and you guys have that mindset and the mind. But like, you know, people are like, oh, this happened, you know, this thing. It's like you can't think of every single, you know, piece of something that could go wrong. You can do your best, and then it's user feedback, refinement, and continuing to do that. And that is where I think it's awesome, you know, working with the guys like yourself and, you know, Mark, everybody, you know, Alan, you know, JP, all these guys that are in the snowbike world that are riders. Like, pick up the phone, shoot an email, and you're not talking to some customer service. Well, let me like put you on hold. And, you know, it's like, this is going straight to you guys. Like, hey, dude, we're getting this thing over and over. This one guy, you know, Jamie, Kevin, reach out to him, whatever. And you guys are digging into the issues and then refining it and making it better, you know? And I think that, as I see like Lyndon Miller just, you know, he just posted something. He just said, brilliant design and workmanship. And he does ask a question, will you reconsider suspension configuration like some other vendors, which we can get into that. But that is the theme that I'm seeing guys are posting, like, great craftsmanship, great quality. And so that's why, from my standpoint, as I look at it, like, it looks sexy, it looks badass, the carbon fiber, the titanium. So have you guys really found then with the titanium bolts any negatives now, after kind of getting it refined? Or is it just like, yeah, it works great?
Yeah, I think if you take care of like all the issues that we had with any of the designs, whether they were like the 5 mil internal hex would strip easily, kind of things like that. If you go to Torx, and just all the things that we learned, I think other than kind of cost on just buying an off the shelf bolt, I think that's the only con. Sometimes you might have to go one level up in a titanium to get the same as like a grade 12 steel bolt. But it's still, it still can be lighter, and it's, again, it can be custom built, which is the most important part to us. Just having it fit the application and not just pulling something off the shelf. Yeah. No corrosion and things like that, and weight and everything else. But
I was just thinking we could give another Yeti swag grab bag away. And actually, this is a great question. That his name's Kyle, of course, because he's got good questions here. Anyway, so Kyle Hickey, he said, I think we should give him one because this is great. Any plans to put together a bolt kit for the Yeti similar to the bike kits available? I would love that as well, because
that's a good idea.
I have enough. What's that?
That's a good idea. Jamie's been working with Rob, as the guy that's kind of running Yeti for us, totally running it, but he's just learning it and doing a really good job so far. And Jamie's been on him, just say, let's start to work on actually some upgrade kits and things like that, service kits, upgrade kits and stuff. So that's a great idea. And we'll definitely put that on the list, and have to kind of do some polling and figure out how many bolts, what they all want to buy. But, it's easy to put in one or two of, scale it based on how many are used on the kit, or more on, where guys have issues with bolts. But definitely that's good to do. And and do a swag too I've seen a few ladies on there. Let's get some of the ladies. Let's do a swag for the ladies too.
I saw one gal. Where is she? Let's find her here. Redneck Barbie. Is that who it was? I saw, because that stood out. I was like, that's a great. Oh, here we go. We got another gal, Sonia. Let's hook Sonia up. Sonia, what do you ride? Tell us what bike and what kit you ride. And actually, you probably don't want to tell us where you're at. You're gonna have a bunch of guys hitting you up. They're like, a woman snow biker, my dream, right?
That's a fast one, yeah. They gotta be
Sonia,
fast.
well, shoot me a DM there, and then we'll get you hooked up with the swag, some Yeti swag. And then I saw the other one that was pretty good, Redneck Barbie. That's just a great name. Oh, there she is, Redneck Barbie. Redneck. That's awesome. All right, she's Redneck cool. Barbie.
Yeah, she's cool.
Oh, you guys know her?
Yeah. She's a climb. She's like a climb distributor in Panoka. She's really good. She's into snow bikes, and her brothers ride snow bikes. And
her brothers came and helped a lot on the first Yetis, putting kits together and stuff.
Her brothers came almost every night for two full seasons of installing. So I'll park that one for a minute. But what we did, I'll expand on, I guess, is so I told my wife, this is gonna be fun. We're gonna build snow bikes, right? It's not gonna be that crazy like running a dealership or anything. So we're just gonna like do a little work in the fall and we'll ride in the winter. Well, there was no riding till spring, but it started off as like, go to the shop and get some things done. And then it got turned into, well, I don't know if I'll be home dinner or not tonight, but if I come home, I'll just come home for dinner and then I'll go right back to work. And then that started. And then the second shift showed up, John and Randy and Paul and all these guys. We had like 10 to 12 people. Rob was there right from the beginning. Yeah. And we start doing sub assemblies at night, and then pizza would come, and then we'd usually go home by 1 or 2 in the morning. And that started
the odd drink at the end, and
the rum and cokes that came out. So sorry if we've missed a couple bolts at the beginning there. And we cranked out a lot of parts, man. Holy geez. And that was the first 2 years of assembling Yetis, and that went right through till just about Christmas, right? From August. there was no seeing any family. It was Yeti Snowbikes galore. And so that was, I mean, it was fun. We had some great help then, and a lot of good guys and a lot of laughs and people coming through. Yeah.
That's awesome. It's the startup mode, man. Just hustle and grind.
Yeah, make it happen however it takes.
I'm sure that still is the case to some degree.
Yeah, a little bit lower pressure now, but
yeah,
there's still busy days.
Yeah.
Oh yes, especially now. I feel like I just got home. I'm leaving tomorrow, and then I get back, and then I leave in 4 more days. It's just a constant, but it's awesome, man. That's what it takes, right? When you're building a business and starting it up. Jared Stone had this is a C3 question. Let's get into this real quick. I think this is actually a really cool question just to touch on. Can you talk about how the snowbike maps are created on the mountain, and how are the mountain maps created, and how much testing goes into them? And before you guys answer that, for everyone listening, to this, the podcast at a future date or watching this. So C3 makes snowbike specific tunes maps for the Vortex ECUs. So you give them your, whatever bike you have, and then they have went out there and tested extensive testing, which they're about to get into, these maps. So there are a lot of companies out there that make different tunes and maps. And I've tried some as well, but to my knowledge, I could be wrong. To my knowledge, I don't know of anyone else that's actually going out on the mountain and testing the maps and tweaking them while they're riding. I could be wrong. Maybe you guys know, but I know you guys do that.
Yeah, we don't know of anyone else either, but so it's actually Vortex ECUs. And then 2 years ago, we got into AIM ECUs, learned a lot about them, had a few issues in the beginning, but the engineers flew over from Italy, spent a week with us, and we fixed everything, things that they'd never thought about in an ECU being used in the, minus weather temperatures and in snow and water, and just like all these different things they would never even imagine a bike being used in, what they designed the ECU for. So the awesome thing was they flew over from Italy, solved all the issues, and we've come up with lots of new kind of firmware and theory and stuff that has made these new AIM ECUs work even better. But so the way we do it is we use a whole bunch of data logging equipment. We load it all on the bike. We actually put it in one of our fender bags and strap that on the bike. And then we go log it. We put an AFR, air fuel ratio meter in there. And so we log the whole time that you're on the bike, every part, whether you're wide open throttle, just cracking the throttle, letting off the throttle, steady throttle, high load, low load, everything. So one day we'll talk about this more when we do a C3 post. We'll get into a lot of like crazy stuff we do as far as testing and how we develop products for C3. But when we do that, I'll share a map of like 1 day of testing. And what it looks is like someone took a crayon and did like 1 million lines over the kind of same area. And like it's unbelievable. And every time, because we have snow and when I can see and it's not like snowing out, or I'm in a storm, or it's like not too dark, I'm like, every time I'm just cutting a new piece of snow. So it ends up like painting the whole mountain by the time I'm done doing like 4 hours of riding there and building these maps. But we run it through there. We compute kind of a new fuel curve. Then we run it again. And all we do is we're trying to hit like target AFRs that just make the bike work perfectly in every range. And a lot of the guys that just build tunes, they get them really good. They're like spot on in some spots, but they can be quite a bit off. And we find we get the right loads. We get snow bike loads. We build the map for those loads, and we hit the target AFRs that kind of give you the most power with the best kind of cooling and reliability. And we do it like all right there on the mountain. When we come down, that bike is running totally different than it did when we went up, and it was all built on the hill and tested there. So it can't be better than doing that, instead of just adding some fuel here and there and changing some timing because, it's got, higher load. It's actually done to exactly what the bike the motor is asking for.
Yeah, I mean, you got and you guys walk through what bikes. Well, I guess I should say what bikes aren't available, because you guys obviously have done it.
Really, just some rarities, some older stuff, and just something that we don't think or very few people ride. We buy every bike. We have every brand here, and we use them for everything, both for Yeti and C3. But it's every single bike, every model that's popular, basically do. And if someone has built something that's a little out of stock, a little more high performance or whatever, we offer that they can come here and we'll take that bike, we'll set it up, and we'll go tune it and build them a map for it. So anything's possible, but definitely we do the pipes that we use and all the bikes that are popular. So.
And what are you guys finding is like the biggest thing that you're seeing an improvement in with these maps? Because I know a lot of guys, they ask me this question, and I've got I'm running your guys' tunes and maps as well as, what am I really getting from this? So you want to walk through like just a synopsis of what you get?
The biggest thing I see is like the clean running, good throttle response, crisp, snappy throttle response. We dial them in so at wide open throttle, the fuel's really safe. And you're getting lots of fuel in there. What we find is all the stock maps are always really lean. They build them lean for kind of, I think, more efficiency, saving a little bit of fuel on the track and stuff like that, and a little bit cleaner burning. So we're always adding fuel. And we find they'll even idle better.
They don't stall coming downhill if you're burping the throttle. Things like that. Actually, one of the things, I don't know how far we get into ECUs because there's so much there, but the factory maps, not everyone knows, is there's different cutoffs for the fuel based on the engine coolant temperature. So you can change all those parameters, right? So your factory bike is going to be adding, the choke circuit is going to be on if it's reading a certain temperature of intake air, and it's going to be and then you got the water temperature circuit overrides the air temperature circuit, and different things in different bikes. So there's a lot of things to understand if you want to get the map right.
Yeah. And again, we're learning more every day. We've learned a lot of stuff about starting, and we're getting
cold starts,
way better, like cold weather starting and a lot of different things like that.
And I seen Corey's comment there, because we were riding, Kevin, this is a good one. We were out riding in Blue River and Kevin was tuning, and we had our laptop on the back rack, and and it was a great day and we're riding, and we got back to the end and it's like, would we switch bikes or something?
Yeah, I was riding, I think yours or something.
Vice versa.
Anyways, we switched bikes, and then all of a sudden we had no.
The whole rack was gone.
Yeah, our whole laptop tuning case, everything
was
gone.
All the files, like a couple $1,000. Like, I'm like, the computer's gone. Like, did you have? It's like, no, I looked at it, and I was like, we better backtrack where we went. Well, you know what that's like. So we went backtracking, and I mean, it was dark coming, and I mean, thank God we found that thing. Like,
just at the end.
Unbelievable. So we're quite
geez, dude.
Yeah.
Damn. Someone, or actually Toby from Rocky Mountain asked, and I know I've asked you guys about this before too, especially with the 2-strokes. You guys have any plans right now to do some ECU tuning for those?
Yeah, no. AIM is just developing their first ECUs for the 2-strokes now, so possibly in the future. Vortec, we're keeping up with kind of the new models, but we're not doing anything old. And as far as we know, any of the way their 2-stroke stuff works is it's more just like spark control and stuff like that. And I don't think we have any control over that. So as far as I know, we won't be doing it with Vortex, but possibly with AIM in the future.
Got it. No, I think that would be rad. I mean, I've got a couple different tunes that work pretty good on the 2-strokes. The nice thing is that I think they're a lot less finicky from what I've experienced in the cold, and they like the cooler temperatures anyways.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah. Sean Vincent just said, TSP tuning works. And then I do the silver turbo tunes as well on all my bikes, and that works really well. There's a bunch of tunes out there, guys, if you're running 300s. And I'm going to do a full 300 workup on, setup and whatnot. So, but good to hear on your guys' tunes. A couple other just freaking awesome questions in here. Adam Ramsey asked, how was the bumper designed on the C3?
Wow.
On the
we got stories forever. You're going to love this one. Here for. And I just twig these funny memories. Kevin's going to love this one because I wanted a really cool bumper, and we kind of had the ski, that dovetail with the split tail, I guess you could call it. And I was like, we got to get it to match. Like, I don't know how we're going to do that. And it's like, well, we could get this block of aluminum machined out with solid billet. I'm like, it's going to be cool. It's a 40-pound block of aluminum. We're going to machine it down to 2 pounds. So that's how we started. And then we made it, we 3D printed it, and it had flat sides. So this ended up being a rolled top, right? It's aluminum laser cut rolled edge, but it was starting with this kind of more chiseled look. And we wanted to be cool and wanted to have the kind of the grab fingers, the like that, where your fingers go on the bottom of the bumper. And it was just like, man, this thing is going to be so expensive. We can't afford to do it. And we're like, how do we just make this work? And that was our entrance into, plastic injected parts.
Yeah. Injection molding and stuff. So it's every time Jamie comes to me with one of these ideas, it's like, hey, we got to do this. It's like, yeah, sure. We're going to add a $800 part to the snow bike. Right. It's like, well, what are we going to sell this thing for? But, So anyways, I always had to find, more economical ways to get every problem solved that Jamie would bring to me. And kind of work the dovetail. We wanted lots of different angles. So like any way you're trying to pick it up, you can grab it here or there. It's like it way better than just like a flat, square bar across the back. It gives you like 3 different kind of grab angles, and you get 2 or 3 people in there pulling lots of times. And I don't know. I'm super happy with what we came up with, and just lots of iterations, lots of drawing, lots of nights on the phone and like saying, how can we do this different or better? And that's kind of how the whole kit came across.
I can also attest to the strength of it in pulling out other bikes, because I've had to use it in in towing bikes and stuff. I mean, it doesn't bend, obviously. And I think that gets into the whole like strength of, carbon fiber in general. And we've seen other questions, asking about like, why carbon fiber? Why'd you guys go that route? And I mean, I think you've hit on a couple things, but ultimately, what was the decision, the defining, piece for you guys that said, dude, we're building a carbon fiber snow bike and it's going to kick ass?
I think weight, strength, kind of the being different.
Aesthetic. I wasn't ever worried about not being strong enough, though. Not even from the beginning. I mean, I just seen things made out of carbon. It was unbelievable. It's just very few people, you truly, there's an ownership kind of cool vibe too. It's like, what do you truly buy that's made out of carbon fibers besides a golf club shaft? Like, really? Or pin on your car.
Where there's a couple ounces of carbon fiber, other than hardcore race guys that are, got carbon car bodies and parts like that they pay,
thousands, like
$50,000-$40,000 for parts. Man. Like, I think we did something that, no one's really got close to, is providing, 11 pounds, 12 pounds of carbon for the price we have in a whole package. It's something that you don't see on anything, I don't think.
No. Well, I saw it first in drag racing when the injectors, they went into carbon fiber, and they were $20,000 for that, sitting on top of the supercharger, right? That's pretty pricey for what you're getting. They probably more than that when they first came out. So overall, just strength and, aesthetic and attention to detail. That was really always, getting the grain and all the weaves right. There's a lot to having all the weave patterns line up, and Kevin had so much experience in different things made in carbon.
So I want to segue into just the final kind of design of the kit, and also, walking through the sale of it, and how that all came about. Before we do that, I'm thinking maybe at this point, so we've given away both of the $500. I'm thinking maybe we should give away the $1,000 gift card now, and then we'll give away some more swag. Sound good, guys?
Yeah, sounds good.
We're in.
I'm just reading Tom's big text here. It's good.
What's that?
I'm just reading Tom's.
Yeah, getting tips there.
Yeah, Tom's long one there. It's good.
Oh, I know, so much good stuff. So for this one, we'll do the Wheel of Fortune style, so that way it's it's pretty fair for everybody. So let me pull it up here on my website. I got everybody's submissions. We got a lot of people. I think there's like 100 and it looks like 185 or something. So that's pretty dang good. Yeah. So everybody will be getting. Oh, and then everybody too. I didn't even mention this. So by the way, everybody that's on here, make sure if you haven't already, go put your name and info on my website. You'll also be entered into the drawing. I'm doing my own thing where we're going up to Canada, which, cross my fingers. I'm waiting for my my passport because it expired. But anyways, I should be good to go. And we're going to go up to Canada to do our early season ride that we've done now 4 years. And hopefully the C3 Yeti guys can make it, but we're going to be going up to Golden. I'm going to be bringing a shit ton of bikes and kits in tow, and we're going to go up there for 3 days. And so I'm going to be taking 2 people. You just got to get to my shop here in Montana and hop in the truck with me, and away we go. And you can't have any DUIs, by the way, because they won't let you into Canada, just so you know. So if you have a DUI, you'll be disqualified, unfortunately. But aside from that, you'll be good to go. So let me go ahead and we'll do our $1,000 gift card, guys. This is a big one, so I know there's a lot of people out there who want it. All right, let me scroll through. I'm not looking. Let's see who we land on. I need to make one of those Wheel of Fortune things. Okay, Trenton Bailey. Who knows Trenton Bailey? Oh, he's an Idaho boy. He's got a 208 number.
There you go.
So Trenton Bailey, you won. Are you still on? Comment below if so. And you won the $1,000. So pretty stoked about giving that away. That's pretty awesome. Thanks again, guys, for doing that. I know everybody's super pumped there. Trenton, are you on here? Where are you? While we're waiting for Trenton to comment, I wanted to show you guys. Toby just hit me up, and somebody actually asked this question about Robbie Madison. Trenton, he's like, yes. All right, dude. Hell yeah. All right, Trenton, I got your info. Just make sure you just shoot me a DM there with your address information. Okay, so Trenton won. Dalton, thanks. Awesome. You guys are giving back to the community. That's what it's all about, man. Oh, Trenton's going to be at the dunes. Nice, bro. Wow. We'll freaking have to meet up. So that's awesome. Okay, well, I'll be hitting up Trenton then. So I love it. What was I talking about? Oh, Robbie Madison. So talk us through this here. I'm going to show what Toby sent me. And somebody asked, they're like, how did you guys hook up with Robbie Madison? Let me show you the screen here.
This is Brad and
Johnny.
Yeah. Or
John. He was out of Nelson.
Yeah.
Okay, let's show this. Can you guys see this now? There we go.
Craig Bushel.
Look at that, freaking Robbie Madison edition. So what's the deal here? What year did this come out?
That was 17.
17.
Yeah.
17. Yeah.
Or 16.
It was 7. Yeah, it was 17.
Yeah. It was 16 for the 17 model year. Yeah. We sold it in. Yeah. It was Brad Ewan.
These aren't the narrow rails either. Yeah, I'm looking at
that was the wide rail
standard. Yeah,
that was a really nice kid. Robbie was an awesome guy to work with. Good dude. He came up. We rode with him and his family. He had his first young kid then, and brought him up with him and his wife. And we had a good day with them and did this kit. Brad Ewan was the guy that introduced us to Johnny.
Yeah, John was his friend out of Nelson. And Nelson,
and he knew Robbie, and kind of just they thought that would be a great thing to put it together and do a kit. So we tried it out, and it went until we actually sold the brand, was only halfway through the deal. So the deal kind of fell short of kind of what we planned to do with it because of the sale. But anyways, it was a beautiful kit, and
it's freaking awesome.
They were details. Yeah, we just got, that was a hint of things that we can do in terms of details. And, the details are what make it different. But it was cool. And Johnny was the video guy that did the when Robbie Madison went out in the ocean, and that was him that did that video.
Yeah. There is involved in that.
Who was it that did that?
A guy named John out of Nelson. I can't picture his last name, but really, really nice guy. Really just down to earth guy. And I think he ended up getting into snowbiking later too. And
here's some more of those kits. How many did you guys make?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the total number was. Like we did about 20.
Toby probably bought the most of them. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Toby's got a few there.
Yeah.
They were just sweet. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't.
Now, is that blue carbon, or is it wrap?
It's a wrap. Yeah, it was a wrap in there.
It was a wrap, and they were sweet, and the wheels were really cool, and like the rear wheels were awesome. We did special the gears in the Yeti synchro drive. Those are like letter M's for his name, Madison. Yeah, with the stars on them. Yeah, it was really sweet. It's kind of a hint of things the guy can do. And we've done a couple of Yetis where we painted the tunnels too, like the jet ski guys. You can paint the carbon a solid color if you want. And so there's other things. That one we wrapped. And in the end, it's hard to wrap. It's like sled stuff. When you wrap something complete, it's winter and it's hard to keep it looking really good all the time. But you can always take it apart and rewrap it, right?
Oh, Johnny. Yeah, Johnny Bro.
Johnny Bro. Yeah, thanks,
right.
Brad. Yeah. Super good guy. Yeah.
Oh, that's the guy that introduced him?
Yeah. He's a friend of Brad's. And Johnny Bro is just, really, I think, and he did a bunch of, that's what he does, is professional
videos and production. I seen there was another guy on there, Craig Barshall. There he is. He asked where the Yeti name came from.
Yes, I saw that one.
Yeah. So anyways, I don't know how long Jamie and I had been working on this before I came up with the name, but it's always, you start working on something, you just try to come up with a name and that, and trying to go, think of animals and leopard, or could it be this or that or whatever. And then I don't know, just somehow Yeti popped in my head, Abominable Snowman, the Yeti. And it's like, what? That's perfect. It's like, there isn't a better name for a kit actually. And you know what, at that point, I don't know if the Yeti coolers had started, but
I don't think so.
But I didn't know about them. And when we got one of our first really good customers, got a kit, he sent us some Yeti cups, and it's like, well, what's this? It's like, oh, Yeti. It's
you guys do that?
Yeah, we got some of the first Yeti coolers that were out, cooler cups
nice.
Or whatever. But yeah,
I've had people ask me, they're like, oh, Yeti, the cooler company. I'm like, no, totally different.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's Yeti, the downhill mountain bike company too, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
That's right. Yeah, that I did know about when we did the name, but it was good.
Yeah.
There's a couple people posted. Hey, he says anodize everything. Yeah, I like that anodize. That looks pretty badass. What was the deal with the what the heck are the arms called? Gosh, I can't remember the name of
reactor arms.
Yeah,
these ones.
Yeah. What's the deal? Those looked way different than anything else I've seen.
Yeah, so that was something that Camso came up with.
No, he's saying in the Robbie kit.
In the Robbie kit?
Yeah, in the Robbie kit.
Yeah, that was just Jamie who wanted to do something different that was blingy. So we machined it out of a piece of aluminum instead of doing, at that point we had plastic injection molded arms, which actually worked great. I only ever broke them, original ones in testing that had big air bubbles in them. And
they've been solid.
But I never never broke them. But yeah, then we just did those as a special like upgrade for the Robbie Madison kit.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so those were never a part of the kits, like
not the regular kits.
They were expensive, and we cut them for our buddies. We've done a bunch of one-off parts for ourselves that we can think of later. But they were so those were machined, anodized, and then post-machine. That's how you get the silver, right, to pop out.
Yeah, and Toby Till, he made a good comment. He said those are $10,000 kits in 2017.
They were all the money. Yeah.
And how many of those did you guys make?
Yeah, not sure. I think we sold like 20, 25 or 30 that year or something. But
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Tom Heiner, he said, did you guys offer a 141 track length at 140?
Well, we should ask that question. I think that might be a good Yeti prize to give away. Yeah. What was the longest track we offered?
Yeah.
There you go.
Someone will know what it was.
Oh, was it? It wasn't the 141 then. So yeah, guys, answer that. What was the longest track length?
There you go.
Weston gets give Weston a Yeti.
There we go. We got some guys. We could probably send you a 146 track if you want. We got there's probably a bunch more back.
Yeah.
We might need to put that on the BRC 500.
Yeah. You definitely could.
They were 146s though. And you know what? That was interesting. Like we just weren't sure how long and all the things, and we learned some things since then, but it worked fine. It was just, it's a bit more of a school bus when you're turning through the trees, right?
Yeah. Totally. No, I could definitely see that being quite long. Though I will say that 137, it does feel great. Like it's so weird. And actually I saw someone ask this about different lengths. Can you guys walk us through one interest? And I know you can do this, I think, to some degree with all the Snowbike kits, but I know with you guys have like in your user guide, or when it was bought by Cam. So I don't know about what you guys had, but they have in the user guide how you can set it up to, be a little bit more nimble or a little bit more of a, hill climbing, type snow bike. So walk us through. That's really more about the angle of how the track is hitting the snow, so to speak, right? Because the way I have my 137 set up is really, it feels just a lot lighter and more nimble. And with just a little bit of tweaks on the soft strut, you can, and it's easy to do out on the snow. You can really change the angle of that track, how it's laying.
Yeah. In the beginning, the range was too big. That guys were like going like half an inch one way and half an inch the other way, and getting into something that just didn't even work, wouldn't even climb out of the snow, and just handled terrible on the trail. So in the end, what we found is it was a lot more subtle, and it was like about 3/16 either way, from being flat, the track being flat, to just being like 3/16 up in the back or 3/16 up in the front. Is basically all you got to change it to get, either that lighter, kind of lighter front end, less ski pressure, a little bit more kind of wheelie friendly. Or me, I like way more ski pressure. Like I like max ski pressure, and I don't like it to wheelie. I just like it to go exactly where I want it to go when I'm turning and stuff like that. And on the trail, like I can just ride way faster and stuff with lots of ski pressure. So, and that just becomes kind of customer like rider preference.
It becomes your personal feel. And some guys, if you really want to rail the trail, you want that, that heavier ski pressure, but it bit us in the butt a little bit too. It was so adjustable, and we have guys all over the map, and we go ride. You could walk up to their bike in the parking lot. I could see that it was way out of whack. And you go up to a guy and say, does your bike, like, are your arms on fire when you get to the cabin? Oh, my arms are so tired. I'm like, well, just give me 2 minutes, and you just turn the strut rod down and say, oh, it's so much better. Right?
Yeah, with just a few little tweaks. And usually if they're newer riders, I feel like they're death gripping that thing too.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Some of that for sure.
We've all been there.
Yeah. I was going through some of the comments. I like Kaylee's comment here. Snow bikes are dirt bikes.
I see that. That was a good one.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah.
That's great. I love that.
Mhm.
Well, let's kind of get then into the progression. So you guys come out, talk us through your first production model when you guys come out. And I mean, there's a lot of I'm just looking at your kit, and there's a lot of unique things that I want you guys to kind of point out. Whoops, I'm trying to do this one here. I want you guys to point out, and you've got the belt drive, you've got, just the way that the kit attaches and how it slides back and forth to adjust the chain. There's just a lot of unique things going on. One thing too that I didn't realize, or I guess I should say I didn't appreciate until last year when one of my kits, I had a leaky shock that we had to fix, was all of the there's no bushings, right? Or they're bushings. There's no like what's the word I'm looking for? All of the swing arm stuff, it's all like this plastic bushing stuff. And so there's no rust. There was like no rust on anything. Everything still looked great. And I remember when I first got it, I kind of thought like, well, that's kind of weird. Like there's no bearings and like no grease certs on this thing and whatnot. But the crazy thing is it all, like I took it all apart and it had been 2 years and there's no rust anywhere on that thing. So why did you guys decide to use, and maybe you can, I don't know if you guys have a skid that you can show, but why did you guys decide to use all those, the bushings and whatnot versus having grease certs and bearings and all that?
Yeah, just kind of durability and ease of maintenance. Yeah, just like you said, and we'd want you to take it apart in 2 years and not be all rusted. Therefore, why everything's anodized. Even if it's anodized clear, it's anodized because then you get no oxidation, no rust, and it just keeps it looking good for the aluminum.
It's just all about serviceability and trying to build value. And how many guys have had a sled and they don't grease them anyways?
Yeah.
So it's like,
right.
It's underneath there and they never look at it. So you're trying to make it a kit for the masses, and not everyone has mechanical abilities, and just make it so it's user friendly.
Yeah. And it's high quality. So when we started, and I don't know what point people think we hit or what, but we wanted to build the best thing we could. And we wanted it to be the best thing on the snow. And then we probably hit some of those marks really well and probably missed a couple. But, now that we got it again, that's the biggest thing is we're not exactly sure how long it's going to take and what we're going to have to do to get there. But our goal is that at some point it's the best in every segment. It's like someone gets on it, rides it, and they're like, they have nothing to complain about, even though everyone will always find something to complain about. Like our goal is to have it the best at everything. And whatever we got to do, we're just going to keep changing stuff. We're not just going to let something sit. It's like, oh, well, it's good enough for now. Like our goal is to make it the absolute best kit, best value out there. Whether it still costs more, maybe it costs less, maybe it costs a lot more, but it's like got so much more value. We don't know exactly, what that's going to be, but we do know that our goal is the best kit that anyone's ever ridden. So
then we got 5 years of ideas we haven't implemented.
Yeah. You've just been watching it there, right? And that's kind of a good segue into because I do want to get more into the development of it, but walk us through. Someone actually where is it here? I just had it. We'll save this. It's about the acquisition, but so walk us through like the belt drive and how that came to be. And I mean, you guys, it was really you guys and CMX that had the first belt drive snow bike kits. And then of course, Timber Sled came out with theirs, later. And, but besides, and then I think Snow Tech too. I think Snow Tech was another one. They're kind of, they're not really around. I know he doesn't really do his stuff anymore. He only built a few of them, but besides that, like no one else has belt drive. So walk us through the belt drive and why you guys decided to do that.
Yeah, so I developed. It was Mark at CMX that did like the first belt drives on snowmobiles, and he did a really kind of a whole system. You had to replace the shafts and the whole drive plate and all that. And I approached it. So I did the first OEM replacement kind of belt drive system for snowmobiles. So you keep all your stock kit. your stock shafts, your whole chain case, all that. You just basically take out the chain, put in belt and gears, and made it work. So I came up with a system that worked on.
So you were the first one that developed that?
Yeah, like not the belt drive itself, but the first one,
right,
where you could just bolt it right onto a stock OEM kit.
Yeah, basically just a bolt-on like OEM replacement.
Exactly. Oh yeah. So that's what I focused on, and that's all I did for the belt drive system. We called it the Synchro Drive, and you know, since then we've sold it off to another company, Specialty Motorsports, that has you know, carried on with the brand and the product. So I had all that knowledge from doing that. So it's like, of course, we had to have a belt drive on the kit, and you know, we struggled. It was hard, lots of learnings in there to get it to actually work and figure out, you know, how it had to work. And first of all, the important thing is like no snow. We couldn't have any snow in there. That's how the whole the case developed, and that, you know, our mold for the back part of the case, we had to do it like 3 different times. We had to add that lip so it just held the whole cover in, and it couldn't get pulled out in the snow. It would flex, and a little bit of snow would go in every time it flexed a little bit, and then pretty soon you'd have snow in the case, and then you'd blow a belt. And so we had to add that little lip. Yeah, that little lip right in the bottom.
So quick question on that, and a guy actually mentioned this, that being the weak point of the kit. And I had 2 different, well, I wouldn't call them failures. They hit a freaking tree stump and blew open my, you know, the case. But I will say, with the new ones that were developed, the new plastic, dude, last year I was looking, I mean, I probably should just replace them just because, but we hit some serious stuff, big old gouges and dings, but we never broke one of the new plastic covers last year with whatever the new, you know, plastic that they developed. So I know that now, isn't there like a bumper on it too, like a metal bumper, or maybe someone sells an aftermarket one?
Yeah, there might be an aftermarket one. I don't know. I've never run it, and I don't know. I can't remember the last time I broke a cover either.
No, like in the beginning, like that was another one of our growth.
Yeah, I was learning the right plastic.
Yeah, we didn't know which plastic was right, and I got a bunch of videos of me smashing with hammers and things like that. But the thing is when I rode the timber sled, you had a square edge cover on it. I said, well, can we just put a shape on it? That was the first thing, is like, let's just make it shapey. So if you do hit something, we called it the deflector because it was to deflect the hit. That was the whole program there. And then it just advanced the design from there. But the first year, you know, we got it out there and it wasn't right. And again, it was a part we gave out to free to all the customers who got the first ones. And, you know, just in customer support. And there were times, I know we'd have guys swing by the shop and I just give them a stack of 5. Here's 5, go riding. If you blow them up, just need more, whatever, come back. So, but yeah, the first ones we were having quite a few failures on them. And we also learned, again, this is just things you could never think of. That Loctite would react with that plastic, and the Loctite would eat the plastic out. So there's nothing wrong with the deflector, but all the little bolt holes where you bolted on those little tiny M5s would fracture out, and we couldn't figure it out. And then we finally took out a deflector, put a bunch of Loctite on it, just ate right through it. So then we had to, you know, control that journey. So just, again, things you'd never think of.
Yeah. That makes sense. And then, so now walk through how, I mean, to tighten it up too. It's pretty easy. It's pretty simple to do out on the field. How did you guys come up with that design?
Oh, that's a story. We actually went down a long road of developing a phone app too. Because the proper way to tighten a belt, Kevin taught me, is by sound waves. And you can buy this $1,000 meter from, who makes that thing?
Gates.
Gates makes a belt meter,
and just a frequency meter.
So you play it like a guitar chord. It plays a frequency, and that tells you how many hertz the belt is tightened to. That was the ultimate way to do it. And we spent probably a year or at least on developing a phone app. And then we realized that some phones work better than others for it.
Just the phones were too variable with their speakers and just not reliable enough to make it work.
So we abandoned that ship
and went to the little clip.
The clip. But I think the thing most people should know about the belt drive is that if you blow a belt, most people blow them because they're too tight. And I think that's, guys always worry about having it not tight enough, but it's almost the other way. It's like you're better, if you're a little looser than that, the indicator mark, you're better than tighter always on that thing. And we
better than tighter because it's not putting as much stress on like the bearings and the shaft and everything.
Yeah, well, if you ever run hard enough and long enough, the gears heat up. They actually grow and expand, so then it gets even tighter. So lots of times when I've seen them break, it's guys have been on a bit of a trail stretch or something, and then they jar or hit something kind of hard, and then it's already tight, and then they just get that one like extra jam, and then that kind of snaps it. So
yeah, and it's an interesting thing we have. Who's Calvin? You said Calvin had Calvin's one of the riders up here.
Yeah, he's got like I think he's got 4,000 kilometers or something on a belt. He's run it now for like, I think 3 years, and he puts on 100 rides a year, like 4 hours a ride average or whatever. Right. So he's got so much time on it, and Camso asked him, just keep running that same belt. And, he's like, I really want to change it because I've been using it long enough, but, yeah, if they're tensioned right, they last a long time.
Got it. No, that makes sense. And I mean, yeah, I've never even blown a belt besides the ones that the case broke and then snow got in there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But
you should never blow a belt. But again, whether it's too loose, too tight, those are usually the only reasons. And I've had a neutral, like a third gear, wide open pin neutral, goes into neutral and then hammers into gear. I've had that break a belt, but never normal riding.
Well, and you guys were talking about not breaking your covers over there, and I think I had mentioned that to Yeti, before you guys owned it. I said, well, for the low snow people, right, where you don't have just this bomber snow like you guys have, that's I think was more of an issue. But yeah, I think that was resolved with the new one. Couple questions here. Let's bring up Lee Martin. Lee's been riding Yeti for a long time. He asked if there's going to be new Yeti tech videos made in the future soon.
Here's one. Here's a good answer to that. We want to hire someone that's like a multimedia, everything, that they can shoot videos, do stills, do YouTube videos, edit stuff. We want to hire someone full-time for that job. So if anyone's interested and they want to move to BC and they got some talent in kind of all the different media forms and websites and stuff like that, here, we'll just put it out there right now.
Yeah.
And we'll be putting out 3-4 videos a week if we get that person.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. You guys heard it first right here.
Yeah. And so Lee's right on
Lee's got it going on there.
That's what we need. And yes, we plan on doing lots of stuff in the future. So especially once we get this person.
100%.
Hell yeah.
But a shout out too is, we obviously, Kevin and I got back in the game, and we've got 63 pallets of stuff, and we're building a new shop, and we have no room, and on and on and on. But, and the website is one more thing that you'll watch it evolve over the next 6 months. Like we just pretty much got it up. We scraped it together and put it up. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
But it's not exactly, what we want to do, but it's got some pictures. It's got some stuff on there.
Yeah.
We want to get people information, and we got a ton of videos. We're behind the 8 ball for sure.
Yeah. I have no doubt it'll start, popping up here. And there is some sick video or pictures, by the way, guys. If you go to the website and just kind of start scrolling through, and you'll see just a ton of sick pictures. So many riders. Another question here. This I think is a really good one. Tim asked this, and I mean, I can answer this, but I want you guys to answer it. So is there a way to have the dirt bike feel wheelie kind of feeling like the Timber Sled Riot Kit? Go ahead. I'll let you guys answer that.
Yeah, it's hard with the design. They've changed it a little bit, the transfer in the back, and it's more, you can add more transfer, then that just allows it to wheelie more. It's funny. That's not my riding style. And one of the biggest things I find, and it's going to really help by going around and riding lots of different areas with lots of different people, is seeing how everybody rides and uses them in their area and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I and even Jamie's, like, we're more technical riders, really tight creeks, tight trees, really tight terrain. And in those conditions, we don't want it to wheelie. We're going straight up some hill. We got to turn and, you know, we're not in big open stuff where you just want to play around and wheelie. And I understand why people do want to, and, you know, that will be solved in the future. Now the only way to deal with it is just kind of transfer lengths, softening the back shock a little bit.
Watching this, like, I don't know what your kit is that he's referring to, but again, some people didn't know there's different blocks you can put on this bolt in this rear reactor arm. And the smallest bolt, it gives you the most transfer. Some of those kits that went out earlier kits had bigger blocks in there. They don't transfer at all. So it's something to learn.
Yeah, and I mean, I can just say personally, like, I like it all. I like to wheelie. I don't like to wheelie as much as some people, but I think the kit, from as I've ridden the Riot and this kit personally, like, this can do that. It doesn't feel necessarily quite the same, but, like, I'm sure you guys have seen videos. I just saw a video of Matt Cox the other day, and he's just freaking wheeling up the freaking mountain, on his Yeti kit. So he's riding, he also, I know, really likes that 120. And so you can still achieve that feeling. It might be a little bit different, but you can still set it up with just some tweaks of the soft strut, some tweaks of the kit. That's one of the things. And moving I'm like pointing at you guys, the middle, the front, the front holes. So if you move it to the bottom one, is it the bottom one that gives it more wheelie? I can't remember.
Yeah, it would. Yeah. The bottom one makes the kit a little bit higher and make it wheelie more. If for the shorter people and stuff that want to lower the kit down, you can raise it to the top hole and then readjust your kit, and you drop the seat down like 1.5 inches, 2 inches. You do that,
and it works awesome. Like I said, that's one of the things I did. I kind of have like a setup for shorter people, and that's exactly how I set it up. And then I last year specifically set it up on that bottom hole, and that's my favorite. Like, I just love the poppiness of it, but yet a little bit more transfer of the body, like dirt biking, right? Just transfer the body up a little bit more, and I'm climbing everything, and it's leaving that front end down. So, a lot of that comes down to rider ability and how you move around on the bikes, because some guys just want to sit there and just go, they don't want to get all over the bike and throw their body weight around, and you can achieve what you want, I think, with it just fine.
Yeah, no, you got some good points there. I just seen Toby had a good point too. And, talking about the belt drive, it's two things: is proper storage of your belt is another thing. Like, you can't wind that thing up into a little circle and just put it away like that. And, it should be, what's the best way to store that? Like, one,
just like an open loop.
Yeah. Put it in your backpack, leave it as open as you can.
Yeah. Basically, don't bend it any tighter than what the gear diameter is. Yeah.
So that's a good point. The other one is, Toby said, don't put on backwards. If it's run, we designed the synchro drive, which I thought was really cool. Not everyone does it, but I'll take gears and we'll test on the hill, and I'll change, I'll notice right away where the motor is or where the snow condition is for the day, and I'll throw a gear on right away, and it changes your day once you get your gearing the way you like it. And but don't ever flip the belt the other direction. It takes a set, right? It doesn't like that. I mean, it's probably just not good to
it'll probably shorten the life for sure
of the belt.
Especially sometimes the gears, after years, lots of miles, they kind of start to wear. The belt kind of wears the gear a little bit. So if they start to get to that point and then you flip it around, then it's kind of opposite and kind of
got it.
Not good.
Walk through the way that you guys adjust the kit to tighten the chain. I think we kind of glanced over that real quick, but that's a really unique setup. I haven't seen anyone else doing that as well.
Yeah, we covered that pretty quick.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the idea. Like we're saying, we stole that from the 250R and just have it as centric. And the whole goal was to keep the chain is in the most perfect shape. So it doesn't need the idler, but it's got the little spring tensioner on the bike mount itself. So the goal is to keep that chain as simple as possible.
Yeah, tight. Instead of using tensioners and everything to take the slack out of the chain, this way we can just take the slack out of the chain, and which is more efficient than having a loose chain kind of slopping around on the bottom.
Yeah.
And then at the time when we did this too, it was like really hit and miss. Like you add a link, take a link out, and trying to put the right gear size and right gear combination on at the time, and after that, Timber Sled came out with better ways to, adjust the chain and everything else too. So everything's just kind of improved, but at the time we were trying to make the kind of best system that solved the issue.
You said they came out with a better way. The first time I had to adjust the Timber Sled chain out on the my buddy's chain broke and the whole thing was frozen up. And like, I'm not a fan of the new Timber Sled chain adjustment. I actually hate it. Like, because trying to do it.
I didn't say they were better than us. I didn't say they're better than us. I just said that they came out with a better way than their original way.
It's always another way.
And then I remember saying like I like the OG way because it was so easy. Now, granted, it was like hitting the track or whatever, but it was easy. And I've had to adjust the Yeti chain, out on the snow, just whatever we forgot or something. And I was like, oh, it's a little loose, and it's like takes you a couple minutes, pop, loosen stuff up, and you're done. I mean, it's just very, very simplistic from that standpoint. Gosh, we have so many questions. We're not even going to be able to get through all these questions, guys.
It seemed like we could do a few of these and then do one where we only answer questions. Don't talk about any of our history or story or anything. Yeah, that would be great.
But these are all really, really good questions. So talk us through now. You guys developed this. Talk us through kind of the first couple years of selling the kits. And then walk through the sale of it. So you guys are finding success. This is 2013. When did you come out with the first production model?
16. So we sold it the fall of 15.
Yeah.
And and it was good. We had some traction. We built a lot of kits. And then as we got them out, we found a few issues. We found that the deflectors were breaking. So we built all new deflectors, sent every single customer a new deflector. And, we did that with a few different parts, I think, during that year.
Yeah. Actually, there was one step. So there was one step before that even, is we went out and I reached out to a bunch of guys we knew and said, hey,
we're going
to build this Yeti. And the promise I'll make to you is if we change a bunch of stuff, we'll give you everything that we change, because first guys. And so we did about 50 kits like that.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was a big promise. I didn't realize what I was promising because I had to grind all the carbon fiber myself. Like we spent hours grinding and modding everything because we changed the deflector, we changed the rear bumper, and we changed it. It was a lot of work anyways, but we did that for every one of those guys. That took us a long time. And that was when we came out with the 16 chassis. And we just tweaked a bunch of things because we learned that those first 50 guys, I mean, it was very valuable for us to get their feedback, right? And then back to where Kevin was, then the 16 kit came out,
and
the 16 kit, you guys hadn't sold it yet, right? Or you did?
No,
we didn't sell it to the 18 kit. So we sold it in 17 when we were just starting to sell. We'd pre-sold all the SSs that year and still some of the wide chassis. But that was the first year when we were introducing the SS. We felt for our riding conditions and our style.
What is the SS?
It's a 10-inch wide track and chassis, obviously. Super narrow, right? It's the same width as the bike. We still ride them. That's all I've ridden until last year when I rode a timber sled all year. The SS is all I've ridden for the last 4 or 5 years. And it's and again, it's like you say, riding the 300. It's, even on the 4-stroke, it's an aggressive kit. You got to ride it, like you stole it, and you're always pinned. And when the snow gets deeper, you got to ride even more aggressively and work it harder and that. But it's fun. We like it. And then most of the days the snow sets up a little bit and it's a little heavier and I've loved that kit. Again, we're a little bit lighter, especially Jamie. and it makes that kit really work. As you get kind of up around the 200 pounds and over there, then you got to be either a really aggressive rider or you got to step up to the wider kits for sure. But so that was our
that's been the go-to.
Our 18 kind of development that we seeing that there was maybe a bit of a niche there, but a bit of a difference. But we learned a lot. We made a lot of mistakes in the beginning.
It's 12 inches, right? 12-inch track.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
wide.
Yeah.
So we've done a lot of testing on things in length versus width versus what I find is, like Kevin, the only kits I've had for 5 years now have been skinny SS 10 wide, 10 wide kits, and they trench differently in the snow. They go further. Like to some degree, there's a little wedge on the side of that.
Yeah, a little bit less drag.
And you'll notice, like, I guess if you're climbing a hill, everyone can relate to this. You're climbing a hill and you got your bike to the bar and it's been at the bar for a long time. And you think you love your bike, but you got to keep going and you don't want to blow your motor. And then you get your feet out and you're starting to paddle, you just make it over the hill. Well,
Barney Rubble dance.
And you get it and you go and you're like, wow, a couple of footprints and I'm gone. But the SS kit just doesn't get you that moment it just keeps going, or it trenches the deepest trench you've ever seen because it doesn't have that drag. It's 2 inches narrower, right? And I'll pull out of things I can't believe I'm pulling out of it. It just keeps going. But but you have to be on the gas. And I ride with a couple of guys that are, they're 250 and they still ride their SS kits, and it's amazing where they go on those things.
Yeah.
So it gave us the most dirt bike feel. That's what we liked about it.
The SS did?
Yeah.
Interesting. Now I kind of want to ride an SS kit.
Yeah, just being nimble and narrow, right? It just that little bit just was a little bit more, just turned better, turned tighter. And just a bit lighter again, right? Like another 7 pounds lighter because it's narrower and stuff. So, but
on the trail, though, my absolute favorite thing is I always put a 6-speed wide ratio gear in my close ratio 4-speed bikes. And I just like to find a snowmobile that wants to race out on the trail. I don't care what trail, where we are. And I was like, let's just and you kind of suck them in. You're just like, okay, let's just pull up this guy, and you slow down. You go by him a couple of times and you're like, come on. And then once in a while, they're just on the gas. And it's just like, they'll hang with you for a couple of corners or whatever. But, I can ride that bike. I got my gear. I think we got 44, 47 in mine with a 1-to-1 on the front. So like something really tall, and the bike will go 85. And you'll just, and you lose those guys at 65, 70. I could average 70 miles an hour coming down the hill and just like ride it like a motocross bike. You just come into the gas, come in the corner, and it's 6th, and you're wide open in the corner, and you drop it to 5th, and you rail the berm. And as soon as you're outside the berm, you clicked it back in 6th, and you're gone again.
Yeah.
And you can hold a lot of speed.
No, you can't. That's what I always think is funny. People are like, oh, you can't ride them as fast as sleds. I'm like, well, it kind of depends.
Oh yeah. Your sleds can't keep up. I've never found one yet. I probably haven't met a pro racer on the trail, but most of the guys are pretty fast. No.
Yeah. Mountain sleds.
Yeah. Mountain sleds. Yeah. We're not racing snowcross guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's super fun.
For sure. So now walk us through track and the rails. Was that you guys who developed that? Like the narrow.
The narrow, yeah. Okay. So we did that for the SS. We did that for the SS, and would have did it the next year on the wide ones. It took them a couple extra years to get to it, but that was our plan right from the time we did the SS and the narrow rail on it.
Yeah.
And why was that? Why did you guys decide that was going to be the move?
Well, I'll tell you my 2 thoughts on that is if you look at the pivot point of something, when you're standing on your dirt bike, it pivots on the wheels, right? That's your narrowest thing. And by moving those rails in, the pivot point. So I guess if you rode the old timber sleds and then you rolled our first kits, we tried to get the ski, it's got the keel. And when you tipped, it was following the profile of the track. So we tried to make it feel like a bike, right? That was the first step.
Okay.
And then once you got the rails narrower, the center of gravity came in a lot more. So when you lean into the corner, it feels more natural. It's not like you lean in a little bit. With the wide kits, you lean a little bit, and then you lean a little bit, but now you're on the rail and you lean a little more. It feels like it's going to fall over or tip a little bit. And it's kind of a funny feel for people when they start snow biking. So when it was all narrow, it's just one natural transition. You just lean and it's like riding a bike now. So the wide kits with the narrow rails were we had lots of customers, and we'll have as we build the website out, we're going to have these upgrade kits and different maintenance kits. So one will be, if you want to do a narrow rail kit to your existing wide kit, that's a pretty easy thing.
Yeah.
And we've got lots of guys, I had a couple of big friends I ride with, they're 300 probably plus on the bike. And they loved it. It just made the bike feel better. And 137 with the narrow rail kit feels pretty nimble.
Yeah,
it really does.
When I get on the other brands with a square cut track and 11 or 12 and a half inch wide, I can't believe how that feels on the trail. It's like you push, and then it finally tips over and you lose all that feeling. Like we right from the beginning, we never had a Yeti with the cut curve track. It always transitioned really well. And then as you went to the narrow rail, it did it just even better.
And it does wear, it can wear the high faxes down faster. I think all narrow rails have that, issue. Do you guys prefer, actually, I saw someone post this, do you guys prefer running bogey wheels on them or just throwing on some ice scratchers, or what's your guys' kind of go-to with that?
It really depends. Like, it's funny, we have friends that run groomers and stuff, and we're talking about how they groom the trail and where they ride. And it really depends on you and how you go up the trail. Like if you're in a full race and you're going up the middle of the trail, that's going to be a different wear on your sliders. And if you're going to putz along and you don't have to putz, but you can just ride on, like if the groomer, it was funny last weekend, if the groomer grooms the trail, the logging road, and the top of the thing is flat, it's really easy to get on there and ride it up. And a lot of places do it that way. Some guys leave a really steep bank and you can still ride it. It's not for everybody. And a lot of times we'll just ride on the backside of the groomed trail and you're going to get up there just as fast. But, once you're in the center of the trail and get it, a lot of beginners are going to start there. And then based on speed and what you're doing, you'll be blown away by how much just dragging your toe will lubricate your rails, because it's not like a snowmobile. Mm-hmm. But, having scratchers, snowmobile scratchers work really well. And even, you're going to see us come up with a different scratcher system for the Yeti here.
You guys are?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'd love to see.
There's lots coming.
I'm just throwing this out there. I'd love to just see that shit be included with the damn kits. Charge us an extra $100 or whatever it is, because it's so, I hate drill. And sometimes it's like drill a hole and fit it. And so that would be nice.
We're with you.
We're all about that.
We're picking up what you're laying down.
Yeah, I figured, it's a good merging of C3 and Yeti. No, that's awesome, man. So walk through then. So you talked about the narrow rails. Talk about your, your guys' reactor arms and that whole design, because I think that's pretty unique as well. Did I say it right? Reactor arms, right?
Yeah. Well, that really came from, it was a different company that had the suspension design. We didn't design that in the beginning. Guy named Kurt, and he was the guy that developed the carbon skids and stuff like that. So it was his suspension design. We said, hey, we don't have time for this. We just need something light and durable that'll work. So this was his design. It worked really well. We were super happy with it. The weight was good. When we ran it with Fox shocks in the beginning, it was 24 pounds shocks, or something like that. And just the transfer that they built into the back rear reactor arm, you could put different size spacers in there, and you could totally control whether it wheelied or didn't wheelie. And
I did not realize that when you guys said that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure you still could in these newer kits too, but we haven't played around with that much. And they set them up just basically to transfer and wheelie. I haven't seen any of them with a bigger bushing in there. So.
And we're working, and we've kind of we chatted with Kurt, and we're working, he's part of our things that we're talking with and seeing what we could do as we move forward also.
From the standpoint of just how effective it is, it's simple too. It's just uber simple.
Yeah.
That was part of the plan. Yeah. 100%. Yeah.
So someone talked about, let me see if I can find this. Oh yeah, right here. He said, we going to see a Yeti without all the bells and whistles, Elka titanium for a lower price? Is that something that you guys want to talk about, or in the works, or?
You know what? If we went cheaper, as cheap as you could go on shocks and titanium and stuff like that, it wouldn't make it. We probably couldn't pull more than $1,000 out of it. Like,
yeah,
that would be it. And
not worth it.
Not worth it to go to a bunch of steel bolts that, I guess they work, but then you got threads that are digging into the aluminum instead of a nice, a nice smooth shoulder and like things like that. It just for the Yeti, for the brand, maybe save that if there's going to be like some cheap version of something that comes out to, to be the entry level. That's where you'd use something like that. And
find a used Yeti kit and get that.
Yeah, exactly.
And we've talked about can we meet the low end market segment and what that kit would look like, and it would be a different kit than we're building today. Yeah. So we've looked at could we cover all spectrums of the kit market? So we definitely have talked about that.
I also saw someone asked about. Oh, here it is. They asked about the Yeti buyback. I don't even know what that is, so I figured we'd throw that one out there.
Yeti buyback. Post that one again? Yeah. Yeti.
Can you talk a little about the buyback? I don't. Oh, no, that's
buyback from Capsule maybe.
Oh,
that's buying.
Oh, maybe that's what he was talking about. Yeah. Actually, I thought we would save that one, but that's probably what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Someone also mentioned about shortening the tunnel. They're like, "What? Are you guys thinking about shortening the tunnel? Is that something you're gonna do?"
Yeah. So we believed in the right tunnel length for the right track length. They believed in one part number, I guess.
Yeah.
So I still believe in having the right length tunnel. So moving forward, depending on where we go and what we do with carbon, that's definitely an option and one I would prefer if I was buying different length kits.
Yeah,
I would rather have that.
Yeah, that's an interesting point he makes, because the sled guys, obviously, with the way they're riding them now and doing the flips that way. I'm riding a kit that's I got a 137 track on a 120, and I got a 137 track on a 129. And the only disadvantage of that is when you are stuck, your track sticks out farther than your toes if you got to lift it up. So you're better, it's a little awkward.
Yeah.
Other than that, there's no real.
And moving them around a little bit
at home,
sticking out and getting chunks of snow flying forward, hitting you in the back of the head.
It does come around the back. Yeah, it does come around the back on the long ones. Yeah.
Oh, here's what Drew said: the buyback broken tunnels.
Yeah,
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, it's not. We don't buy back broken tunnels, but we give you a good deal on replacing it.
Oh, okay.
So how that, just because a lot of people might not know, and it takes us back to our beginning, is we're trying to overcome the barriers of people buying carbon fiber because they didn't understand it. And we said, what we'll do is we looked at all the prices on a timber sled and we said, hey man, if you broke your timber sled and the backbone and a couple side plates, what would that cost you? And we said, what we'll do? We'll just because everyone's saying, well, the carbon chassis are $3,000 or $4,000, whatever. So we said, look, we'll just hold the price at $1,000 for a carbon chassis. So for $1,000, if you were a Yeti customer and you break your carbon chassis, we don't care what you did, for $1,000 you get a new one.
Yeah, and now it's $1,100.
Yeah,
but
so it's our way. It's our way to just look after customers and subsidize it, right? And try and remove any barrier to entry of,
Yeah.
I'm curious. Do you have a number of like, this is how many people, this is how many we've had to do this for?
Yeah, it's probably something we could find out.
Yeah.
But it's not that many a year, say if I don't know, I can't even think, but I'd say it's like 1%, maybe.
Yeah.
It's not much. Yeah.
Maybe 2%. Think about it. Yeah.
It's not a big number.
Yeah. I bet you it's 1%, less than 1% of the total Yeti kits that are out there per year.
Yeah, I think, like you said, there's that stigma that the carbon fiber is just gonna get destroyed and it's not gonna last. And I mean, like I said, I can tell you, and I'm sure Jeff Kyle and other rental and tour guys. I mean, there's quite a few of them out there. We all have experienced it, and the reality is just shit breaks when people crash it and do stupid stuff. So
we try to do the stupidest stuff. That's my department. And I mean, like we've had it. I mean, working with Rob, Rob Day. I know there's times even the last 2 years where we had a Yeti stuck straight. It was stuck straight up and down. The tunnel was the only thing in the snow, and we're just like grabbing a track and twisting it around on the tunnel.
Yeah,
and it's making its noise. I'm like, well, let's just keep twisting it. Let's see what it does.
Let's just see what happens.
Even break it. So we've done some stupid stuff.
So what happened? Did you break it?
No.
No.
There's
been some thin ones. We've built some really thin ones that were like, 5 or 7 pounds
lighter.
And man, I've really torqued some of them around, and they make a lot of like cracking and creaking noises and stuff like that. And still surprised.
Yeah,
we never broke any of those either.
Yeah, if you think about how much the tunnel weighs, originally I think when we released them, they were about 13 pounds.
Yeah.
And we built some for ourselves that were half that weight.
Yeah.
And rode them. And I was like, I'm sure I'm going to break this thing. I sold it to some guy who's still probably riding it. I don't know where it went, but
dude, that's awesome.
Yeah. So we tried to build, again, there's a safety factor in everything, every car we drive and every plane we fly in, hopefully.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. It's like what people need to understand is like, dude, carbon fiber is used in airplanes, and obviously there's levels of, you mentioned this earlier, some Chinese shitty carbon fiber, versus what you guys are doing. And I mean, there's a reason that it works so well. It's freaking light and strong. I mean, stronger than steel in certain situations. And I mean.
Yeah, and Lyndon was asking actually about the Camso, us buying it back from Camso, I guess. So
yeah,
it's a pretty short story. I think it's just basically they didn't even talk. We didn't know that they were shutting it down until everybody else did. We found out at the exact same time. They called all the dealers. They called us. I think we were like the third call that they made, and that was the first we heard about it. And we didn't pursue buying it back or anything at that point because we just thought they basically kind of killed the brand. And then it was actually.
Then everybody started asking you guys, "Are you buying it? Are you buying it? What's the deal?"
Yeah. So it was that.
Yeah.
It was sometime later. We just we got a package that they offered out to have a look at it, and we got it along with a lot of other people. And we weren't that interested in it actually at the time because we kind of had some other plans, and I don't know, it just kind of fell into place. It ended up being the right thing, I guess, and the right, maybe almost the right timing. Is never the right timing, but so it ended up being, I guess, the right deal, and we're happy to continue the journey where we kind of left off. And they did some things really good. I think they got the kit to a place where it's really reliable, kind of very few warranties. We've seen all their warranty claims year by year, and we've seen them come down lower and lower, and I've seen all the ones from last year, and I can't believe actually how low it's come down to. So that, that's a good point to take it back over and then now carry on and actually do what we wanted to do without the pressure of, in the beginning, we had to, we started getting a lot of money invested after 3 years of just putting money in. We needed to get something out there and start selling something. And, that puts you in a different spot where you got to, take some chances and some risks. And, now we're not in that spot. Now we can test things for 2 years before we release them and make sure they're golden and that we've done all our homework and customers don't have to be the guinea pigs on anything is kind of our goal here now. So
yeah, no, good point. There was a lot of pressure to get the kits out always in the beginning.
Yeah.
And innovate. So you're trying to innovate, test, and get stuff ready for the next year to release.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much that goes into that people have no idea about. So I think that's a good segue into what happened, what went on with you guys. You built it up and then you sold it. So walk us through that process and transition and the decision to do that.
Yeah, I think the short story of that is, we were enjoying what we were doing. It was a lot of work for sure. And Camso was interested. And I think, just reflecting back on it, they're very accommodating to us right from the beginning on designing tracks and helping us.
I think they courted us right into
right
it.
from day one.
Yeah, right from day one.
and you know, there's a good group of guys there, and you know, Jason Davis is a wonderful guy, and you know, helped us with lots of things, and you know, they let us put the Yeti on the track dyno. They have a track dyno there, shows you how much horsepower it takes to turn your track at certain track tensions, and you know, we had some great experiences with those guys, and I think their overall mission at Camoplast, which turned into Camso at the time, was anything to do with tracks. So obviously they're in UTV tracks, ATV tracks, and this was just one more thing they wanted to have, was a motorcycle track. And that's really how that all started, right?
And so, and I mean, what exactly happened then? I mean, I think you kind of brushed over it a little bit, but you know, I know we all kind of want to know a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they started, I think before we'd even sold a kit, they were trying to buy it.
Yeah.
And they wanted to buy it for nothing because we hadn't sold anything.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, as if we're going to do that. And so anyway, so we started.
You guys did all the work. Thanks. Yeah. We're going to give you
cherry pick this.
So anyways, they let us sell them for 2 years, I guess. And then they wouldn't let go, and, you know, just kept asking. And so we started to entertain their kind of deal and offer, and it happened over a long time. It took a long time to get to the final point, and you know, at that point in time where we were, just kind of made sense for Jamie and that, and I was willing to support him on the decision, and now looking back, it was great. From there we got to move on to C3 and develop all the snowbike accessories that we wanted to develop the whole time we were building Yeti, but we're too busy.
You weren't doing any of that while you were running Yeti. So we just started doing the air intakes. I think the last year we sold them, and that was the only accessory, was the air intake.
That was, and you know, it was funny because we're building bikes for our buddies and buying up everybody's bark bashers, foot pegs, every last thing. And I was like, we had all these ideas of how to make all these products better, but we could never get to it. Just never. Yeah. So we had like 4 years of ideas there.
Yeah. So it was great. We took Ty, who we'd hired him before we knew we were going to sell. And he was a great guy, right out of school, engineer. And he decided to move to Salmon Arm, where I lived. And him and I just went to work and started smashing out products. And we grew it in 5 years now, I guess it's been. We grew it into what it is today. And I guess that probably would have never happened if we still had Yeti. Who knows where that would have ended up. So yeah, it's actually worked out really well. And
yeah, I mean, it really allowed you guys, it looks like, and it seems like, to flourish and really, you know, to this point. I mean, you guys are the only ones that are making dedicated like all this snow bike, you know, ancillary parts. And I mean, I remember when you guys came out, because I have some stuff before you guys came out. I remember hacking up foot pegs, you know, cutting them and stuff, you know, doing all, you know, I can't remember what heated bars I ran, but somebody made them. And so when you guys started coming out with all that, I mean, it was very clear. It's like, oh, this is like, they had this already there. It was just now you're able to put your time, all your time and energy and focus into making these, you know, ancillary parts for all the whole entire snowbike community. So in a way, it's one of those things, like you said, it allowed you to do something you guys might not have been able to do.
Yeah, exactly. Or at least not to the ability and to the level that we were able to do now. And yeah, for sure. And we had
that same passion. I was like, if we're going to do something, let's do it the best we can do it. And you know, it was funny because I mean, and is this how it kind of, you know, the industry evolves. I mean, we obviously were buying thermal bobs, and I love the thermal bobs. I had tons of them. We were buying them to every bike, and we're putting them on. I'm like, why do we have to have so many hose clamps and all these things? And we started getting into it. And I said, hey, if we're going to build something from scratch, how would we do it? And I was like, so let's just build one thermostat for every bike, and let's have the hose barbs point the same way, and let's eliminate a couple extra hose clamps. And because it's all weight at the end of the day, it's all motivated by weight and horsepower. So Ty and Kevin were just like honed in on all those details. And again, lots of learnings. I mean, there's tons to talk about in the C3 talk about all that, but that's been fun. And you're right, without the Yeti moving on, and that journey would have never began, really.
Yeah. Or been different or slower, or who knows.
Yeah,
but anyways, it's good the way it worked out.
Yeah. I mean, everything always, the way I look at it is it in the end, it works out the way it should, that it needs to. And I mean, I'm sure everybody on here can agree. And I mean, I'll just echo this or say this is, I think it's because of companies like yourselves and all these other guys out there. Like, snowbiking is where it's at today. And everybody's going to be able to look back and be like, man, remember when we were hacking shit together and putting it together? And, even who knows when the first dedicated snow bike's going to come out. But at that point, it's gonna be like, yeah, I remember when we were having to plug everything in together and, do all these different, mods to make the snow bike run well. And you guys just continue to innovate. I mean, you just came out with your engine blankets, which are freaking bad. If you guys haven't seen those, go check those out. What are they? The NXT skin?
Engine skins. Yeah. NXT engine skins.
Engine skins, super slick. And I remember it was funny. I was talking to Jared, I think last year, and I go, hey dude, I think I got an idea for you guys to make this if you already aren't. And I started telling him, he's like, yeah. Gotcha. I gotcha. I see what you're laying down. And then you guys came out with those. I was like, all right, I figured you guys were working on those.
No, those have been fun. And again, that's more of what we're talking about for the future. Those have been out there for 2 years for us now. Like they've been proven out. So it's not like this isn't something.
Yeah. And Matt, I saw Matt Cox mention something. Actually, I think I don't know if I left that up there, but he said one of the things that he's always appreciated. Oh yeah, here we go. What I appreciate about C3 is that you guys send out prototypes with a lot of customers as well as athletes to test, right? So you're really doing some extensive testing with all the products and everything.
And that's just best to. I mean, it's always a struggle of business. You start a thing and you get it out there and you've spent all your money and you've probably spent way more than you ever thought. And then it's like, we got to sell these things. And so Kevin and I got a couple projects now. I mean, we got one we've been working on for 6 years that we'll release here shortly. And a couple of times we're like, we were going to put it in the snowmobile show a couple of years ago. And I was like, oh, it's not ready. We could do it better yet. And then we're going to put it in last year and we're going to put it in this year. And like, no, you know what? I learned we learned a lot in the first launch of the Yeti, because once it's out there, you can't, you can't get it back.
Yeah. You only launch it once.
Yeah. That's right.
And after grinding all those carbon tunnels and upgrading all those people and we gave everyone customer upgrade kits and all those things and customer appreciation kits, which is, I think it's the right ethical business thing to do. These guys already made a leap of faith to come with you. So let's look after them, respect your customers. So we're like, we can just miss a bunch of those steps and we'll be like, here's our new product. Here's 1, 2, 3, here's 6 years of development. Here's 6 years of videos. Here's 10 different prototypes. And when that kit comes out or whatever we're building comes out, you'll see it and it'll be like, hey, and we'll just say, we gave it our best shot. Here's what's on the market today. And you decide now. Yeah.
So somebody asked this question. I think they just answered it, Sean. Any teasers on updates that might come out in the next year or so? Well, obviously that was a big one that you just said. Is there any others that you guys want to talk about or hold them close to your chest?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard because we don't know yet. We got lots of ideas. We're going to test them all this year. Hopefully a handful of them can be in SnowCheck. We got a couple really major ones that will make SnowCheck special, I think, at least probably bigger than any year since Camso had it, back to us coming out with maybe an SS or whatever. Should be at least that good. And then again, every year after that, there's going to be something. I don't think there'll ever be 1 year that the kit is just a refresh of the year before. BNG. Yeah.
No more. No BNG.
So that's kind of our mission statement is like every year we're going to push the envelope. If there's nothing to push the envelope in, it means we're done. Like snow biking's as far as it can go.
Because it's just the beginning. That's my take on this. Is I feel like we're still just barely getting off the ground. I mean, for everyone watching, like I was just in Southern California. And, I'm down there talking to guys about snow biking. And I mean, you're talking like this is dirt bike mecca, right? Like dirt bike capital of the world. There's so many riders down there, and every single one of them, they're like, oh dude, I've seen those. I want to go so bad. I mean, so like we've barely scratched the surface in snow biking as more and more people continue to go. I mean, I've taken snowmobilers that are dirt bikers that as soon as they ride the snow bike and they go out, they're just like, shit, man, I don't even want to buy it. I'm done with my sled. They're just like, this is insane, because they just don't realize what they're capable of. And especially if guys have never been out with someone who knows how to ride and to teach them and to show them. Because I've ridden with guys who are like, yeah, I went out one time and it kind of sucked. You know, it wasn't very fun. And I'm like, you just didn't go with the right guys, because like, come out with us and I promise you're going to have the time of your life. And then they do, and they freaking lose their shit. So the fact that you guys are continuing to push the envelope, man, I think is just shows, one, how passionate you guys are about snow biking and where it's going to go. That actually segues into a question from Lee Martin asked earlier. And he said, what are your guys' thoughts on the development CAMSO put towards the kits? And if you could make any changes to that, what would they be? And I think you hit on, you guys are working on some stuff. Yeah. Is there anything you want to
Tom Heiner too kind of asked almost the same question and stuff. And the biggest thing that they did is, you know, the reliability. I think that's the biggest thing that they did, is they, you know, replaced any part that could possibly break or would over time or whatever. They replaced all them. Unfortunately, a lot of them were heavy. But we'll find ways in the future to make those parts lighter again, but still reliable. You know, it's all small tweaks and small refinements is what I see them. They did their jack shaft kind of floating jack shaft that allowed, you know, the alignment to be perfect on the jack shaft. That was a great idea.
Really good.
You know, to just that and the reliability. There's not much else.
Oh, the whole, and I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on the new track design and everything too, because that was a big one.
Yeah, again, it's you know, another kind of small step better. But again, it's not night and day. There's areas that the other track is just as good or better, and then, you know, a few areas that this one's better. Again, it just, you know, comes down to rider and riding areas and stuff like that. So, you know, and they didn't really do anything wrong other than not enough innovation. And you know, that's the only thing I see that they could have done better. And you know, they didn't have the guy that was riding it every day. And that, you know, when you mentioned Guillaume, he was a great guy. He's smart. He loved riding bikes and stuff, but I doubt he was going riding like 2 days every weekend and 1 or 2 days during the week to do testing and stuff like that. Right. And he
was like the only one, and he was like one of the only ones too.
Exactly.
You know?
And it takes that collaborative effort. Like I ride a different way than Kevin rides. We attack the hill different, and then we compare, right? And you need more collaboration. It's not a one-man show to build something, right? And
that's what's really going to help us is we are going to get out there and ride all over the states where everyone rides, and ride with all the different people that ride stuff different ways. And the guys that say, you know, they love timber sled or love mountaintop, and, you know, see how they ride them and where they ride. And we're going to learn all that stuff to help bring that all back into the kits, right? We stayed focused in our areas where we ride here because that was the easiest thing to do. But now that we have the time, we'll actually get out and learn a lot more so we can put that all back into the kits and make them work like everywhere.
Hell yeah. No, I love it. Well, you guys, someone had mentioned earlier about the ski development. Can you talk about the ski development and your guys' ski in particular? Because it is so different than every other ski out there.
How many more hours are we going to do this?
I know, right? Like I said,
now. I'm so happy all these people are still hanging on here. That's great. But,
I told you, man, it's like it's crazy how all the diehards they'll stay on here till the bitter end, man.
It's
there's a lot. There's a lot to cover.
The ski. Yeah. So we got 4 skis hanging up here that I went through the different iterations and came up with a really inexpensive way to start testing them, starting with like a flat piece of material, just doing some machining in it, kind of heating and bending the curve into it and doing things like that. And then I would cut it, take that one ski, cut it apart, do this and that, and add different pieces and add different skags on the sides and that. And then I'd say, okay, I'd learned enough from that. And then I'd machine a new, totally different one, do the same thing, 2-3 iterations. I did that. So over a period, I started in February and I rode till July 4th. And I tested 4 completely different machine skis, each in about 3 different iterations. And it ended up on a small patch of snow, July 4th, about 300 yards long and about 75 yards wide on the top of at 7,500 feet.
Somewhere the sun didn't shine.
Yeah, and I had to drag the bike through a rocks boulder field in there to test our last ski.
Yeah.
And I rode it back and forth for like half an hour on this little patch of snow, slushy snow.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, I don't know how we'll handle how it'll work in powder. I don't know anything else. It's the best one I've ridden in slush. And
we better pick one and go.
That's the ski that we got. Yeah. And then we actually took that exact same ski that was made by kind of heating and forming it into the curve shape. Then we took and 100% machined it out of an $8,000 solid block of plastic.
Yeah.
And we rode it the very first snowfall in November of the following year. And we dropped off in like 4 inches of snow. As soon as we couldn't drive anymore, we stopped. We're in 4 inches of snow. We take that ski, and then we have it happened to be a timber sled ski, which is on the other kit. And we got this $8,000 machine ski.
One off.
And so we start riding, and at first you're in your 4 inches of snow, and the skags are just like they're dragging in the rocks because it's just fluffy 4 inches, right? Mm-hmm. So they're dragging in the rocks. And we go about 15 feet and you get up to about 15 miles an hour, and the Yeti ski is not touching the rocks anymore.
Yeah.
And the other ski, it's like we're up to 30 miles an hour and up to 6 inches of snow now, and it's still dragging through the rocks.
Yeah.
And we're like, wow, something awesome's going on here. We're getting lift out of this ski. And so in marginal snow conditions, like right away, it's actually pushing itself up like 3 or 4 inches higher.
And is that the parabolic design?
Is that
parabolic?
So it's the parabolic design. So a larger amount of snow is coming into it and it's getting squeezed.
Yeah.
So it's like squirting out the bottom basically, and it's pushing the ski up and creating lift. So, so basically, that's some of the best parts of the ski and why it works so good in powder in some conditions. And then it's also the worst part of the ski, why you get in crusty snow and rain snow or freeze thaw snow or drifted snow. I find is the worst actually one is crusty drifted snow on the tops of mountains. But that just, to me, like I'll ride that ski every day of the year against anybody riding any other ski, and I'll ride it faster in those shitty snow conditions where other people complain and think they're going to die. And it's all just a matter of muscle memory and just learning how to just tip the bike around a little bit. And, you'll get once or twice a day, you'll get this, jerk where it just jerks one direction, but you'll never wipe out. Like I've never wiped out. It'll jerk that direction and then it'll kind of right itself and center and then carries on. And all you got to do is kind of just be loose and not freaking out, because you can push on the bars as hard as you want and they won't move, but you can also let go of the bars and it doesn't do anything different. Right? It's just stuck. It's planted there and you think you're going to die, but it's just like stuck going on its one path. And if that path is a curve, it's stuck there, but it doesn't curve more and it doesn't curve less. And all you got to do is lean the bike the opposite way.
I was going to say lean. Yeah.
And now when I ride, I don't even know that I'm doing it. It's just like riding a bike and balancing is as soon as it starts to do that, the bike just kind of moves over and you stay perfectly straight and the bike just kind of moves around a little bit and just deals with it. But I understand when people come from another ski and
and for everyone, for you guys listening, for you guys listening that are still new riders, what Jamie or what Kevin is describing there, that's literally, I mean, how you ride a snow bike. You know, people get on there and they try and freaking turn the damn thing. And I always tell people, I'm like, don't try to turn it. Just lean the bike wherever you want to go, and everything goes much better. And to your point, you know, Kevin, I've had that where, you know, it'll jerk, but it's like, don't fight it and just freaking lean and you're good to go. What about you, Jamie? What's your like take on the ski? And
well, you know, the ski is that first ride was really interesting, and we had you know, if you notice the car, like the blade on the ski is in the back half of the ski, like the side blades, the outer blades. The first skis we had that steel blade went the full length of the ski, and holy man, like we had some scary rides. Like I can't even explain all the things we learned. From
that's when I actually thought we were gonna die.
Oh yeah.
So, okay, so what are you saying then? This went the full length?
No, the outer blade, the two metal edges.
Oh,
the
side ones. Yeah. Those went right to the very front of the ski.
Oh, damn.
And man, I'm telling you, like that would yank the thing out of your hands.
They used to go right to where your thumb was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you see on the side of the ski, there's another mount for like one of those, like look on the side.
Look where the screws are.
Not the bottom. Look at the side of the ski. So you see the two mounts there? Yeah, there was another one way up front there.
We had some scary rides, man. Like Kevin had a few rides where he shot off the trail. I thought he was gonna die. Like he was gone. Like like some scary stuff, man. And I remember, I mean, we had some good debates in the beginning about, you know, what you need. And that ski, if you look at it, it actually, we machine it, and I don't know what. So that ski is actually about an inch deeper at the front. We actually machine it off and then machine it to fit those blades. Yeah. So it was really aggressive. So we played with the aggressiveness of that over the years.
Yeah. From what people know now about the ski, if they actually felt what actually feels like you're going to die. I actually, one time riding it, I thought I was going to puke. It's like the way it was like chucking and pulling me around. Like I was actually getting seasick from it. Back in the original kind of form of it.
Oh man, it was hard. It was so hard.
That's awesome.
I mean, you think you're a good dirt biker and you just can't even hold on anymore.
Yeah.
So it's been an adventure. And then there's something else we have patented that no one's ever seen that we've been working on too. That's part of that ski design that we lost that to Camso and we've got it back now. And so that makes the ski better. And we pushed really hard to get that out. I mean, we were trying to get so many things out. I mean, we're trying to develop everything. And we finally said, hey, we got to park this. We just can't get it right now. We don't got the time for it. So those are things that are back on our plate now. So really excited about that.
That's awesome. Yeah. Someone mentioned if you guys can talk about, some of the new things, that like I said, you obviously can't tell us everything. It sounds like that's one of them. Is there any other unique things or, some new stuff that's going to be coming out? I mean, we already know that there is. Like, you guys are going to continue to.
There is for sure. Yeah.
We're bored. We got nothing to do.
Yeah, right.
It's pretty hard to just talk about them without giving it away and stuff there. What's going to happen is our sponsors, like all our athletes and stuff, will end up riding a lot of this stuff this winter, and photos are going to start leaking out. We're going to try to keep it as quiet as we can till then. And slowly stuff will leak out there, but it's going to be good.
I have no doubt.
Yeah.
I think
it's going to be worth it.
It's going to be killer. I think for me last winter, I'd phoned Kevin because I was riding Ryan's bikes, my brother's bikes. And I was like, man, I finally found this balance of horsepower to weight. That's really something. And I was like, it's such a different experience. And so we've got some really good feelings that I think, it'd be hard to duplicate. But we know what we can do to get there now, without spending $100,000 kind of duplication.
Right.
So that was some great learnings. And, some of those guys are amazing guys to ride with too. But the one thing.
What's Ryan's bike? What's the horsepower on that one and the torque?
Ryan's best bike's a 580 beta. So, and they big board it. So that's it's a big motor. It's a 108 bore for all you guys that had big bores. That's like 5 or 6. No, that's 6 millimeters bigger. Four bigger than the biggest ones we ever did, and 6 than most. It's a really revvy bike, and his bike made 52 foot-pounds of torque, and that's really the impressive number. The horsepower, all that's good too, but the torque was unbelievable. And you know, I rode that track. He put a 154 snowmobile track on it or something and cut it down. It was a heavy track, and it didn't matter, man. I mean, we were riding with guys with turbo bikes, and I was like, they were turning out. The turbo bike guys are going up, pulling wheels, and you know, doing their thing and turning out. And I'm like, I'm just chugging up there, it's right past where they turn out, right over the top of the hill. Now, wasn't that exciting? It made tons of power, but it taught me something, right? So, and all these combined things, you just learn something. But you know, we'll speak to the track for a minute, because I know a lot of guys are going to be, hey, when are you going to come out with this track or that track and all those things? We're very conscious about working on tracks, and there's a lot of learnings there. And we have prototype tracks, and we've had prototype tracks, and we have more prototype tracks coming. It's a significant investment to do a new track. And even if we wanted to start today, we couldn't have a track for next winter. And even if we started today, I don't know if you'd have one done for the winter after. And that's a really challenging thing right now. CAMSO is booked out, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, though, is people just need to ride our kit. A lot of believers, a lot of guys that spend a lot of hours on our kits and ride against, you know, the big, tall lug kits. They tell us that, you know, they're right there with them, or sometimes they tell us they're kicking their ass or whatever. So we're going to improve the kit in other ways that makes the track less important. But in the end, we will have a new track as well. But all the improvements that we do will just bring it even closer with the same track. And in some ways, there'll be benefits that will outweigh the track in a lot of conditions and a lot of riding styles.
100%. Yeah. And we've tried, I mean, and obviously we've tried everybody's track and prototypes. And, you know, I've had the Timber Sled first generation 3-inch track on my kit. I've had the second generation one. We've cut it to narrow widths and other things like that. So,
yeah.
So we got a good feel what's out there. And you know, Alan's been great, and we bought some of his tracks, and so we'll be riding everything you can imagine, and you probably won't see us riding that stuff, but we'll be riding it.
Yeah. I got to.
Oh, go ahead.
I got to do like one plug here. It's like, I can't believe the customer support. Seeing all the people that we've talked to, and like so many familiar names, a few new ones and stuff that I, you know, hope to learn more about here coming out in the future. But you know, as much of what anybody can do is if they can, you know, get in, support a kit, or get a buddy to buy a kit that's not on a Yeti, or get anyone into it. Like, the more kits we can sell this year, the quicker we can get into developing new stuff. And I know, you know, there's nothing really exciting about this year's kit other than it's, you know, it's a good, reliable kit. It's going to go anywhere any other kit does. You know, it's going to be good looking, whatever. It's a good value this year. It's kind of right in there with all the other kits. You know, that's the most I could ask for now from all of our, you know, kind of dedicated customers is, you know, do what you can, get friends on them, get people that aren't on them, get new people into snow biking. The more kits we sell this year, the quicker we can do this development and get on to, you know, bigger and better things. So we appreciate the support, and that would be the best way to support us and help us get there quicker.
Yeah. And I think for everyone, there's a lot of people who, you know, they're just curious what the kit's like how does it ride, you know, find some friends, I mean, there's, you know, obviously I'm here in Montana, you can come ride with us. There's Jeff Kyle up in BC, you know, there's Cascade Snowbikes over in Oregon. I mean, there's a lot of good companies here. You know, there's Toby Till, who, you know, I mean, that guy's been Yeti guy for a long time. There's plenty of people out there. Yeah, there's plenty of people out there that if you want to come ride these, hit someone up and we'll get you out on there. And, you know, for myself, I mean, it's one of the reasons why I like having all the kits, because then I just get to ride them all and test them all and, you know, get a feel for them. So it's like, come and ride it side by side with every other kit and see what you think, because proof's in the pudding, right? And everybody has different preferences and whatnot. And, it's fun working with all of you guys and talking to everyone because, sometimes I'm like, well, here's my thoughts on this. And they're like, oh yeah, I guess, I didn't think of that, but it's because not everybody's, like you said, I think Kevin or Jamie, one of you guys said, you guys are riding all the kits, right? And so you're going to be riding them. So everybody has their own take on it. At the end of the day, so much of it really is personal preference, but by getting out there and riding these kits, to your point, Kevin, it's just going to help progress what you guys are doing, move the ball forward. Man, I can only, now you talk about like patents and all sorts of new shit that you guys got going on. So I'm super pumped at what's next. Is there anything else you guys, there was a couple more questions I did want to throw in here, but was there anything else you guys wanted to bring up before we get to kind of wrapping this up?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, we could talk forever. One thing I really like to do is I'd like to answer a lot more of the questions that I've seen that we haven't answered. So I don't know if there's a way we can get like a script or whatever of that and be able to maybe, we can do some kind of post or form or something. We can answer more of those people's questions. So
yeah, 100%. Yeah, these are actually all the questions will be on the Facebook page, the Facebook.
Okay,
they're there. So we can take them from there as well. But a couple things I did want to bring up. Brandon Hicken, he said, as a Yeti dealer, we're stoked about the future of Yeti. Kevin and Jamie have always been great to work with and have always been a great help. Carl Malone, Powersports. So those guys must be in Utah.
Yeah, you did.
No, thank you. That's awesome. No, thanks, guys. Yeah.
And then we got another one, Tom Heiner, Tom with Throttle Brothers here. Appreciate all your guys' contribution to the sport. Hard to beat a full-built C3 Yeti setup. Been a dealer for a while now, and I'm still impressed at the attention of detail of the first kits that come in for repair and maintenance. I'm sure I'm just annoying at this point, but I still think we need a small tool bag that fills the hole between the gas can and the soft strut.
Oh, that's funny. No, I appreciate Tom's comments. That's
Randy.
Yeah. Well, we got one every time. Oh, that's even funnier. We got one buddy right from the beginning. He was on the very first original kits that we sold, and he got his first kits with us, and he's like, I can't believe you guys. He's like, right in front of the gas can, there's that little square there, and he's like, every ride I've got a little chunk of ice there, and that ice, he's like, I think he even weighed it one time. That ice weighs this, and he's like, you need to fill that or put something in there.
We'll have to dig up some pictures.
Yeah.
So one of the first products that Ty and I tried to build, kind of out of the same way with it, we're doing the engine skins right now. We tried to build a toolkit for there, and we built one, and I forget what happened. Something wasn't that right on it, but I actually ran it for like 2 years on my bike, and it stuck down in there, and I'd pull it out. I had all my tools in it. We made it just the right shape that would fit every tool that I always packed with me. And I don't know, I guess it's maybe time we just do it right now that we've figured a few new things out on how to use this technology. But it was good, and Ty did a good job for like a first run, and then I guess we ran out of time, and it just wasn't right, and we focused on a few other projects instead. But got
a good point there.
Yeah,
100%.
That's awesome.
We'll finish that.
Yeah. Oh man, I love it.
A couple more. Trina asks, "Is Yeti still the lightest?" I mean, as far as I know.
Yeah. I think Mountaintop is the next lightest now, and he was still what was it, 14 pounds heavier?
I should know all the numbers. We just went over them again.
Yeah, you'll have to ask Alan.
Yeah,
he probably knows. But I think it was still 12 or 14 pounds heavier. But
and you got to compare length to length, right? That's the other thing. He only makes a 120 or 126 now.
And the 129.
129.
Yeah, and in the 2.5 inch, and then
3 and of course. So you got to track length, but overall, yes. And we still know we have lots we can do yet to make ours lighter, and that's where we're going.
Yeah, we can guarantee it'll be lighter next year.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. Shit. I have no doubt about that. So that segues into another question I saw someone post. They asked, what are all of our favorite sizes? So what is your guys' favorite kit size length?
So we've both been riding 129 skinnies for the last 5 years, but something to speak to there. And I'll tell you a story. So one of my buddies, Al, and Al's probably, I don't know, it's 280 with his gear or something, or 250 or something.
It's probably 220, weighs 220 or something.
Yeah. And so we were on a side hill one day, and I was riding a 129 skinny, probably 2017 KTM, and we're on a right-hand side hill, really steep wall, high as you could go. And we're in pretty deep powder. And I was like, I'm going to go give it my best shot. So I get out there, did it a couple of times, made a nice side hill, and I'm running a 129 skinny, right? And he had one of our first 137 tracks we had made. So he had a 137 skinny on his, and he weighs more than I do.
You guys made a 137 skinny?
Yeah, we made 25 tracks and sold them 2 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah. I think Tom Heiner's got some, and a few other guys got some down there. But
yeah. And I was like, I'm a light guy. I'm 140 pounds and he's 250-ish. So I'm like, well, what's going to be the thing here? Like, I've never ridden one. I could not believe that, one paddle, we're talking 4 inches on the ground, is going to make a difference. So when I did my side hill, I was holding as high line as I could. And every time I'm chopping it, right, it's dropping. I'm pulling the line, it's dropping. It's kind of ass is kicking, And I got on that 137 and there's nothing. I just went higher. And I stayed a few feet, 10 feet higher, and it never kicked down that one time. Like it didn't do that kind of pogo sticking all the way up the side hill.
Yeah.
And I was like, huh. So after that, I put the 137s on my truck, on my kit, and we've learned, and we've tried a lot of different things. And I've tried 137 3-inch skinnies, like 10-inch wide tracks, and lots of different things. But overall, yeah, we're for sure 129 skinny is the action for what we do.
I want to try that.
Really aggressive big guys. Like, I have a hard time losing him. He's hardcore rider. Like I get lazy because I'm so much lighter than everyone, and I can kind of just lollygag around.
He's a cheater.
And then once in a while,
yeah,
I'm like,
140. Yeah, dude, that's not. What do you weigh, Kevin?
Yeah, 180.
Yeah, that's what I'm at. Yeah.
And last year Rob was here, and we put all the bikes on a scale. We could go on for hours. This is hilarious. So we put every bike on the scale with us on it, our gear, our helmets, everything we ride, right?
Yeah.
So I was 100 pounds lighter than Kevin with my bike and my kit and my backpack.
Oh my gosh.
So it's kind of like cheating.
Yeah, he's a cheater.
Damn, that's great. Now I want to get a scale and do that. Yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
So it's good to know. And it turned out I had the heaviest backpack by a lot too, though. I pack all the tools. Yeah.
Damn, dude, that's wild. So what is it? A 129 skinny or 137 skinny?
Well, 137. You don't notice the difference of the one paddle, other than it just goes a little bit further.
Yeah, and when it's skinny, you don't notice it.
Yeah.
So what you guys are telling us is your favorite track is the one that we can't even get. So thanks.
Yeah,
not today.
Not right now. But.
Yeah.
It's not everybody's favorite, right? It doesn't work as well when you're in the deep powder, your high elevation, lighter snow. It's just not the track for everyday riding in those conditions. But our snow sets up and it works pretty much 95% of the time. And the other days you just got to work harder and you get stuck a few extra times. But
that's exactly how our snow is here in Montana. Same exact way, So I'll take it. Well, that's interesting. So we got another one here. Wrap it up. How did the name C3 come about? I don't remember you talking about that.
Yeah. So C3 was back in the day when we were talking about doing carbon for sleds and stuff like that. And I don't know how I come up with names, but slowly I think about something and stuff just keeps popping in my head, and eventually something that pops in there that I like. But anyways, that one was it was carbon composite components, C3. Mm-hmm. So it was supposed to actually, so when we started building carbon fiber parts and that, it was actually supposed to be like a C to the power 3, to the third power, but that was just too hard to try to explain and put on like legal forms and stuff like that. So we just ended up making it C3 and just carried on with that. But,
no, they couldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
Well, and the way the logo like interacts with each other is pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah. So actually Ty came up with that. We had a different logo before this, and Ty came up with this logo, and we've run it ever since. I think he did that after he started. One of his kind of ideas right after he started working for us, he worked on a logo and came up with this, and yeah, I love it.
Solid. Yeah, it's freaking rad. This is a great one here. Is it true that Chuck Norris rides a Yeti? That's great. If he did, I'm sure. Yeah, if he rides snow bikes, it'd probably be a Yeti.
He's badass. It must be that kid.
Yeah. Jeff just said he loves hearing all the history of the different components. Yeah, I think that's the thing, is everybody loves hearing, all this different stuff. Where is your guys' favorite place to ride and why? And what's one area that you want to ride but have never been?
I find for me, my favorite place to ride is the place that I ride the most. It doesn't matter. There's been different years. I'll ride one area more and another area. And it's just, I love the fact when you just start to learn like every hill and every little tree and stump and thing that sticks out. And there's like an area that we've ridden through and we ride like 20 feet further apart, like every ride in, and it kind of makes it like a new ride, but you're very few feet away from your last ride. And on this ride, you're running into a little gully and a rock face that you never seen when you're 40 feet the other direction. That's what I love most, is riding an area over and over again and making it new every time you ride it. I don't really like when I just go to a brand new area that I don't know. I don't find it as fun until you start to kind of learn and get a good sense of the area. But that being said, I really want to go just ride in the States. And like, I've never ridden down there. I want to go ride these different areas down there and just kind of really learn what is different. That's it for me.
Yeah, riding areas. I mean, you think of the deep POW days. I think this last winter for me, because I had that really light bike with the track on it. It's like we finally got to a point where we could go in that 3 and 4 feet of deep powder, and it wasn't an issue anymore. And that was really a new experience. Otherwise, yeah, I'm with Kevin. Like, I like to, if I know the area really well, because we take a lot of new riders too. And I can always get them to somewhere where there's powder and they can have a good experience. Yeah.
Sorry. We've been talking about something and it aligns with Bob and Doug McKenzie there.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, that's too funny.
You just wait till you see what's coming, Lyndon.
We got some stuff for you. But it's cool when you really feel comfortable in the area. And it don't matter how far back you go, and you can always give everyone a new experience. And you've got to feel comfortable and know the area well for that, because you're going to end up, you're always going to end up in a whiteout or something. And that it's just good to know that, no one's stressing. You can always get them out. Yeah. But obviously, we want to go. Like, one of my cousins runs a Hokkaido backcountry lodge in Hokkaido, Japan, and that's where you want to go. They got the highest annual snowfall in the world there, and so Kevin and I want to do some world touring. We want to get out of this shack here.
Yeah,
get some work done first. So yeah, there's places we want to go, and we've been invited to New Zealand and to Chile and some of the farther out guys. And
Yep. Oh yeah, stay tuned. We're gonna have a pretty cool announcement on New Zealand and Chile. I'm excited for what we're gonna. Yeah, I'll have to talk to you guys about it more as well. But so what's your place then that you're wanting to go? Like, to ride, Jamie?
I honestly, you might laugh at me, but I drove through Cook City one time and thought, well, that looks. I mean, there's so many cool places down not far from us.
Yeah,
we have been all around here. I mean, some of the guys have gone to Alaska, but I'd like to do some touring. I'd like to come down. I've never experienced, the light fluffy in the tops of, Utah. We're up at 10, 12,000 feet. Bill Elliott has invited us many times to ride with him, the NASCAR driver. So he's in Colorado. We've got some really cool customers we want to go visit, right?
I didn't know he's snow bikes. That's pretty badass.
Oh yeah, we'll he's doing. Yeah, he'll hear more about that in the future. Yeah, he loves his kids. He's got a bunch of Yetis.
Hell yeah,
yeah,
that's badass. So Cook City, was that what I heard, or are you?
Yeah. Hell yeah, it's got to be good, man. I've heard about it lots.
Well, and then Aaron just said, yeah, open invite to Bozeman if I didn't beat you guys to it. But I need to go ride Bozeman. I mean, I've never even ridden Cook City and all that shit. And I know it's epic. And, you know, kind of like you guys said, it's tough to like want to leave when you know, there's so much good riding in your backyard, you know, and I'm like 30 minutes, I'm up unloading my snow bike, ripping, you know, anywhere I want to go basically in the Flathead Valley. And, you know, I know Alan has even mentioned like this is one of his favorite areas to ride. And like the varying terrain here in the Flathead Valley is just mind boggling. There's so much different terrain to ride that I'm still like, there's so many places here I haven't even ridden because I haven't had time. But there's nothing like, and I think you hit it, Kevin, is it's like when you go into these areas that you start to just really learn, you know where to go. And then you're like, you know what, I'm going to try this other little different line today. You're like, shit, this is badass. I didn't even know this was here, you know? So there's nothing like.
Yeah. The best place to ride is where you are. Just ride.
Just put seat time in.
Yeah.
Get after it. But you said, Jamie, a place that I've always wanted to go, and that's Japan. And Matt Cox has told me about, you know, because that was where he first got, his story is really funny. That's where he first got into snow biking, you know, saw one in a freaking window or something in Japan. And then he became a snow bike guide in Japan. And he was telling me stories about waking up. And he goes, there was 8 to 9 meters, you know, freaking whatever. What is that? That's like 20 feet of snow or whatever overnight. He said that they
in the town. Yeah.
Massive dumps. I just like blew my mind, dude. Like, how do you ride in that? Like, you know, what, like, how do you do that? But I've heard that they get just some insane snow. So I want to go to Japan and I love sushi. So twofold going there.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think that'd be fun. But no, I'm excited to ride with you guys this season and do some more stuff. I think we probably need to do our big giveaway. I know there's some guy, Lucas Brown, he said, stay out of Eastern Oregon. Yeah, I know how that goes. Oh, yeah, look, Matt, he said Japow.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
Love it, dude. Hell yeah. So we're going to do a massive giveaway here, guys. So for everyone still listening, yeah, this is going to be the big one. So do you guys want to announce this and then we'll choose here?
Yeah, I don't know what the right way to give this away is, and I don't know if there's any better way, but what we'd like to do is for next year's 2025, I guess. So spring of 2024, the 2025 Yeti SnowMX snow check. We'd like to do a $2,000 GC to put down on your snow check, or perhaps even if someone wants to use it this year and get one of this year's kits, we'd allow them to do that too, no problem. Yeah, so you could use it now or use it for next year's kit. But yeah, I don't know. It'd be great to put these all in a hat and pick one, but
I know.
Yeah.
We just got to do the Wheel of Fortune. So I promise, guys, I'm not choosing anyone. I'm not like, oh, let me look through. Like, I'm looking away, scrolling through on my computer. Like, you guys can even see it. And then stopping on someone. So as long as it's not one of my friends or, you know,
or a dealer or a sponsored athlete, we'll make sure
we'll make sure it's someone that is a rider and not sponsored. So, all right, here we go. Drum roll. So we're gonna go through. I'm going up and down to kind of see. All right, we'll stop here at the bottom, I think. All right.
That might not sound good.
Alexander Hess. I don't even remember seeing his name on here, but
I don't remember seeing that either.
Holy moly! Big bucks.
He was on here. He submitted his info at 7:48 p.m. So Alexander Hess, he's got a 206 number, so I know that is Washington because I used to live in Washington. So Alexander Hess, if you're on here, dude, comment. Let's see if you're still alive. If not, we'll reach out to him. But that's awesome.
If you hit the 4-hour mark.
You're diehard.
Yeah. This is one of the longest ones besides the first one that we did with
he's not on, someone said.
So
no, that's awesome though. Yeah, that's $2,000. $2,000 and we're excited.
Lane said he's not on, but maybe it's his buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ray. He's like, I'll take it for him.
Yeah,
So quick question too, guys. You guys want to just talk about for this season, what do people do to buy, your kits? Obviously, you guys still have your dealers. They can buy them direct. These kits are essentially the same as last year, right? There's no differences.
Yeah. No difference, exact same kit. We're offering them. They're on the website. Go to C3 Power or go to Yeti SnowMX.com.
Mm-hmm.
It's on there. It's kind of changing every day. We're kind of working on parts and getting it easier to kind of look and find stuff on there. But right now it's dealers. Kind of look on there. All the dealers are listed. Mm-hmm. There's been a couple new dealers sign up. I think they're on there now, but definitely, check with your dealer, look at getting a kit. Try to support your local dealers and and
we made it the best value. Like we really went over on the value this year. We basically, it comes loaded kit with the wheel kit, with the rack. We give it the best price. It's like 2016 pricing. Yeah. And that's for us to help move through some inventory and keep spending the time and researching and developing and building the new stuff we need.
Hell yeah. Should we give some more Yeti swag away for all the people on here?
These guys that have stuck it out for
sure.
You bet.
Heck yeah. So we've got let's hear. Did we give one to Sonia already? Yeah, we did. Yeah. We gave her some swag. I remember Lane. I think Lane deserves some too. Lane Coachel. DM me.
Yeah.
Let's see, Dalton. Where'd Dalton go? Dalton, let's give him. He goes, he was late. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are late to live. Yeah. Who else?
Make sure you get their sizes too. Like,
sizes. Yeah. I'm sure I'll have to email everybody back. What did Tim say? It's 135 here. Was worth knowledge and stories. That's awesome, Tim. Yeah, you definitely deserve Yeti.
Awesome.
Yeah,
thanks, Tim.
That's awesome.
That's East Coast time there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Lane, we got him. Oh man, there's so many people commenting. I can't even keep up on it.
I gotta go to work.
I love that Drew's in Hawaii and he's just like watching this.
He's chilling.
And I saw a comment from Darren Bearclaw said he was in Hawaii watching, and Shannon's in Australia on the beach watching as well.
Yeah.
Kyle,
sure
you said
in Hawaii.
DM you. Just DM Snowbike Nation. Just DM me on Facebook, dude. I'll get a hold of you. All right, let's give out two more here.
Jeremy's getting in crap for being on so long.
Yeah. What? Jeremy deserves some swag. His girlfriend's like, what the fuck?
He's probably laying beside her watching his YouTube.
Yeah. He's like watching it. He's like, I'll be done in a little bit.
Don't worry, honey. It's just about over. That was 2 hours ago.
Oh, dude, this is awesome. So many awesome Okay, I think who's this? Trina?
Yeah, Trina Winders.
You guys know Trina?
I know her name.
All right. Well, look, Jeremy said so true. That's exactly what's happening. Oh, it's great shit, dude. Did you say, Jeremy, you're in Hawaii right now too? Oh my gosh, dude. We got all look at this Nathan Holmes. All right, Nathan. Everybody's who's wife. Yeah, they're next to their wife.
Yeah.
You guys deserve
You guys are awesome.
Yeah, diehards. We love it.
Once you can go to bed. That's epic, dude. Oh, yes. Mike asked this, or where did it go? Mike, he said, will there be more access to Yeti brand gear as go around? He asked about buying gear earlier. So will all the Yeti stuff be on the website for people to buy?
Yeah. So maybe in the next week or so, the stuff we have in stock right now, which is all kind of holdover stuff we got from Camso, we'll get that all on there. And we're just today, we're looking at a bunch of new stuff. So we're going to work hard to get a bunch more swag in there and get everyone outfitted.
Yeah. And then, like I said, guys, I'm going to be doing my giveaway here soon. And then I've got all my swag is going to be on, I think it should be done by next week. all of my hats and then t-shirts, and then we're coming out with a whole bunch of new designs and stuff too. So check that out. And just want to give a big shout out to everyone who stayed on and everyone who joined and all the questions. This was amazing, freaking amazing support from the community. Thanks to all of you guys. And what did Matt Cox say? I'll buy $200 of Yeti or C3 parts to whoever listened and knows which country I first snowbiked. Well, and I mentioned it.
I listened.
Okay, you're gonna buy me some then, Matt. So yeah, Jeremy's in Hawaii and he rides SnowMX. That's interesting. All right.
That's cool.
Comes over in the winter and does some riding.
That's rad. Hold on, we got a whole bunch of people who said it.
Yeah.
Who was first?
Jeremy,
you already won some though. Just kidding. Jeremy was first, and then there's a lot of people who said it.
Yeah.
By the way, I got Shannon Mason's podcast edited. That's coming out, and then I got a freaking hilarious one with Matt and Shannon. So I'm excited for that one to come out as well. Those guys
cool.
Are,
they're good guys. Matt and I had a good Matt came to my daughter's hockey practice a couple of weeks ago. We had a good bro down there and just kind of talked about everything snowbike, and it was good.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Anything else you guys want to end with here?
I think this is great. I can't believe the support and everything and the journey. I'm loving the journey. I'm looking forward to the next the coming years. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah,
it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, we always say
it's
going to be interesting. But I'm just again thankful for the customers, and some of those people on the list became good friends and relationships, and life's about relationships. We've got some great ones, and look forward to looking after our customers and having fun riding. So let's have fun. That's what we do. We do this because it's fun. Let's keep it fun.
Hell yeah. Agreed. Agreed. Thanks again, guys, for all your time, and looking forward to working with you guys this season on some more stuff, man.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks, Kyle. We really appreciate all you do for the community, and look forward to riding this winter.
It's been great chatting.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks again, everyone.
Take care, everybody.
Enjoy. Thanks for sticking with us for 4 hours and 9 minutes.
Wow.
4 hours. We might as well just make it an even 4 hours and 10 minutes. But dude,
10 more seconds. We'll count her down.
Look at all these comments, man. Just so many comments. You guys rock. All right. Thanks, guys.
I still keep seeing new names on there even too.
I know. Hold on. Shannon said something's cooking. Yep, I like that, Shannon.
We're cooking.
So real quick, while we're on here, I'm just going to tell you guys the story of how I met Shannon Mason and Matt Cox. So Shannon Mason, him and I can't even remember, but he was one of the first people I interviewed in my podcast in 2018, which, like I said, that was it. This is going to be an OG like podcast release that we come out with. So anyhow, I go up to Canada and I put this little ride together with Shannon, Brendan from Whistler, BC, Whistler Snowbikes. And then Matt Cox had just gotten to the States, I think. And so and then I brought my buddy Jordan from down here in Montana. So we go out and I meet these guys, we go ride, and they're just two of the funniest dudes I've ever met in my life. These two Australians together riding snowbikes. And so Shannon and I quickly became friends. When we went riding, he was like he just like went into this gnarly trees and he's just going up in there, and I'm like right behind him, and he stops and he looks, he's like, oh, someone followed me. He's like, yeah, no one usually follows me, man, because I like to go get stuck in the trees. And I was like, oh yeah, that's totally what I do too. I'm breaking plastics and shit all over the time. So that was my first ride with Shannon. And then Matt had to end up like getting me unstuck multiple times, and it was just a ton of fun. We had so much fun. So guys, that ride that we're going to be doing here in early December, Shannon and Matt will both be there along with a lot of other guys, and hopefully Kevin and Jamie get a join, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So I'm excited to announce the winner of that and ride with more of you guys. So thanks again.
Sweet. That's awesome.
Yeah, that'll be awesome.
Yeah.
All right, guys, take care.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Thanks.
Good morning to some.